some of our sponsors have a very good coffee, so if you like to get a treasure hunt for something very tasty, you can find it. So please take a seat. Right now we're at the track 2, and you've probably seen the track 1, which is the red painted wall on the next side. So anytime you look for entrance, you just go around the red side bubble and you enter in. Few things. We have questions during the session, during the panelist discussion. If you get a question, stand up and get to a mic. One is up there, and I think the other one is in the second floor. Unfortunately, we don't have any running mics at the balconies because of, we don't have that many mics. So if you feel like you have a question, please come down to the nearest mic. Then, we have a few things you might like to know. Sponsors, obviously you found them. There is a code of conduct, so please behave like a nice adult and be friends with everyone. If you are not sure what does it mean, check the code of conduct online. And during the whole day, we have volunteers in a red t-shirt, so in case you need any help, you're lost, you found something, ask them. And there is one feature. This year, we are introducing live captioning, but it will be a QR code which you can scan. And then if you have your own headphones, you can join in and have it read in English, and it should be as well translated. I haven't tested it yet myself, but we'll see how it goes. So hopefully it will be helpful for you. And basically, that's it. And we are slowly about to start. So please take the seat, get in, and then we'll close the door. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that you can't enter, but please be quiet. Because we're about to start the track 2. And I'm Carolina, and I'm really glad to welcome you at WordCamp Europe in Kraków. It's the very first day, so I bet you're full of energy. You haven't been at too many parties, so you can listen to our wonderful panelists. So let me invite Milana Chap. Come on. And she'll be your guide for the next 75 minutes. Milana,
Hi.
the stage is yours.
Thank
Welcome.
you so much. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome to Inside WordPress 7.0 panel. I will give you a little secret. My favorite activity at WordCamp Europe is taking pictures. No, my favorite activity is asking questions. So this panel is my dream come true. We have 4 panelists. They are contributors to WordPress open source software. They are building this software. And as you know, some contributors are sponsored, some are volunteering their free time to contribute. And there are many different shades of contribution types that you can have in WordPress open source project. With our 4 panelists, they have 3 different types of contributions, and we will talk a little bit about that as well. So let me introduce you the first panelist, Sarah Norris. Sarah has been working with WordPress since 2008 and contributing since around 2013. She's a full-time core contributor, sponsored through her work at Automatic, and spends much of her time working on editor experience and core features. For 7.0, Sarah mostly worked on navigation, especially mobile menus and the navigation overlay, and you can see her talk a little bit later on that specific topic. She's a full-time sponsored contributor through Employer. Please applause for Sarah. Our next panelist is Adam Silverstein. Adam has been contributing to WordPress core since the 3.6 era. He worked on major core features such as revisions, spent years contributing while sponsored by companies including 10up and Google. and today is independently sponsored by multiple organizations. For WordPress 7.0, he worked on several features, including client-side media processing and emoji reactions for notes. His contribution model is independently sponsored by multiple companies to work on specific WordPress features. What does that mean, Adam?
I find people who want to support my work, and I find things that would help them and that they might want to see land in WordPress.
So you prepare a specific feature and you say, I would like to
try
work
to.
on that, pay me, please.
Yes,
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
like that.
I love that model, yeah. Applause for Adam, please. Our next panelist is Benjamin Zekavica. Benjamin started using WordPress at age 11 and moved from reporting bugs to fixing them himself. He has contributed both to Core and Gutenberg, served as Core team representative, and was heavily involved in release communication and coordination during the WordPress 7.0 cycle. His contribution model is that he has never been supported for his contributions financially, so he volunteers, and he does it in his free time, but he has a plan to help support others in their contributions. Please, applause. And the last but not the least, Juanma Garrido. Juanma comes from a JavaScript and developer relations background and first became deeply involved with WordPress through Frontity, a React framework for headless WordPress. After Frontity was acquired by Automatic, he joined Automatic as developer relations of WordPress. For WordPress 7.0, Juanma co-led the triage focus, helping organize bug scrubs and support developers working on release-related issues. His contribution model is the same as Sarah, so full-time sponsored contributor through employer. Please, applause. Well, thank you for joining me, and I hope you are jealous because I got to spend time with them and prepare this, and it was awesome. So I have the first question. A lot of people here, AI is in core WordPress and assume now WordPress is a ChatGPT, right? So what actually shipped in WordPress 7.0 and which aspects of AI are in there? Juanma.
Yeah, well, WordPress 7.0 continues the evolution of WordPress as a hub for development with AI. So in WordPress 7.9, there was a thing called abilities that was implemented that allowed to implement features in a way that could be exposed to agents, to AI agents. So WordPress 7.0 continues that path, and it includes like 3 main things related to AI. So the first thing is a new settings page called connectors that allow final users to earn their own API keys, and that enables plugin developers to implement features with AI using the API keys from the users. So that simplifies the whole development with AI in WordPress, providing like a standard way. Second thing is SDK that allows developers to implement features to connect plugins with external models. So this is a standard, it's now in core, and this SDK allows developers to do things such as call models to, I don't know, summary text, generate images from prompts, all of that using a standard way, and WordPress manages the internals, like the use of the API key, which model to use, all of that is simplified in a standard way. So I think this is going to unblock a lot of amazing features using AI from now on. And the third part is something I'm particularly excited about because I come from a JavaScript background. And in WordPress 7.0, continues the development of the abilities feature. And WordPress 7.0 includes the capacity of calling those abilities from JavaScript. This enables a lot of things like features from the UI. So now from the block editor, we can call those abilities, but also because we have now an SDK to connect to models, those abilities can call internally to models. So there is a lot of new things, amazing stuff that can be created with AI now directly from core, from WordPress 7.0.
Anyone else wants to add?
We've also got an AI experiments plugin. So if anyone wants any ideas about how to use AI within WordPress, I think that's a good thing to check out. There's an alt text generator and an excerpt generation tool as well. So just to give you some ideas about how you can use AI in WordPress.
Adam?
Yeah, I mean, all the things he said. I think the big thing that excites me is just unlocking using AI for plugins. I'm super excited to see what plugins do with these new capabilities. So if you're a plugin author, anything that your plugin is capable of doing now, you can sort of advertise that out to AI. Users can set up AI once on their sites, and they won't have to. You don't have to provide the configuration. And I definitely see a world where people are going to be interacting with their WordPress admins via a text interface where they're telling, the bot, I want to achieve these things, and then it figures out using the plugins that you have, or maybe installing new plugins, how to get those things done in your site. So to me, it's sort of a paradigm shift in how developers are going to be using AI in WordPress. It's very exciting.
I see it like Adam. It's the same way because it's the new era what we have now to use the Ability API in JavaScript. And there 6.9 was released the PHP version, and now it's for Gutenberg inside. It makes more powerful to use it for the components, to create, to generate images, or to generate content for some types. And I think that is the new way for developers.
Yeah, I like that now we are getting more and more these standards, like how things are done. So you don't invent your own way how to connect a client. You just, use what is there. And speaking of which, by the way, if you have any questions, please raise your hand or go to the microphone. We are going to take audience questions during the panel. So, speaking of standards, since 6.2, we saw new standards coming in, new foundations like HTML API, Interactivity API coming into core. And when they arrived first, it was small pieces. We couldn't really know what the impact will be in the future. And now we see that they are very important and they have really good use case. So what, in WordPress 7.0, what do you think that it will be that important feature, let's say looking from a year from now? Who wants to start? Adam?
Well, we already talked about AI, so I guess I can't use that one.
You can't use that, yeah.
I mean, one feature that I am very excited about that actually landed in 6.9 is the notes feature.
Yes.
And for the 7.0 cycle, there were a couple of things that I started working on that did not land. They got punted, so they'll probably be in 7.1. One of them is emoji reactions, so being able to leave reactions to people's notes or to a block or to an image. And the other one is suggest mode. So this is actually the thing I'm most excited about. Similar to Google Docs, you'll be able to switch in the editor into suggest mode and then make edits and changes, and those will appear as suggestions as notes. Adam removed this, Adam added this, and then other users can accept or reject those suggestions. So I think the notes feature, which isn't really a 7.0 feature, but 6.9, but I'm slipping it in, we'll keep paying benefits as we go forward. And I can see also AI using notes to give you feedback on your post. So I see it as a great feature.
For me personally, it's the PHP-only blocks.
Yes.
I think it's amazing stuff for developers, for companies, agencies, whatever. I think that is the big step, and I love this functionality in WordPress because to create creating blocks. It's so powerful now and much more easier. Yes, it's in a early phase now. I think maybe in the next years we can expect more features and more components that will support the PHP-only blocks. And this is, in my opinion, the best one for developers and companies that can reuse and save time for developing and don't use external plugins to create custom fields, custom blocks, and can use directly from the core.
Okay, I'm tempted to mention AI because I really think it's like the big thing coming in WordPress, like all these core blocks that were planned for WordPress. Now we are seeing them in reality, the implementation in WordPress. But I'm not going to talk about that because I think we will talk about that during the panel today. I want to mention two features. One is responsive design. There is in WordPress 7.0 now we can, from the UI, we can select specific blocks that we want to be displayed or hidden depending on the dimensions of the browser. So that's one step into responsive design that I think this is a request from the development community since some time, and now we can do that using blocks. So yeah, I think this is one of the little things that maybe are going to enable better designs in the future. So yeah, I want to highlight that.
Sarah?
Yeah, I think for me, to avoid the AI answer as well, we have a new icons registry API in 7.0 as well. So this is another like foundational thing similar to the new AI features. So at the moment, it's allowing us to use WordPress icons library basically in WordPress. But the API is going to allow third-party libraries to provide icons, and that's going to come in the next releases of WordPress. So I think, yeah, thinking ahead in future releases, I think the icons registry is a good one.
Okay. Any questions? No? Ah, you're shy. Okay, we'll shake you. Next question. If someone updates to WordPress 7.0 today and only has 10 minutes to explore, Juanma, what would you tell them that they should absolutely try first?
Okay, here I'm going to say AI.
This is panel about AI.
Yeah. Well, they are related. WordPress 7.0 and AI, I think that they are becoming like one thing. What I would recommend in WordPress 7.0, if you only have 10 minutes to play around, is to go to the connectors page, enter your API keys. By default, you will get 3 services to enter your API key, OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google, I think. But if you don't have any of these plans, there are plugins that you can install to use, for example, local models. There are a lot of options that you can use to enter your API keys. And once you have done that, what I would recommend is to install the AI Experience plugin, which is recommended in the connectors page, and just play around. See the type of things that can be done with AI in WordPress. With the AI experiments, you can really get a sense of the type of things that can be done right now. You can get image generation from prompts, summaries of content, excerpts, title generation, lots of things. And I think that's a really good way to get the possibilities of what's enabled from WordPress 7.0 thanks to the internal SDKs that are included in this new version.
I would suggest to try the block visibility controls to check it, and it's amazing to create content and to hide it from the public. And it makes sense maybe for teams that are working on the website and to prepare something and not to publish.
Or maybe Easter egg.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Sarah?
I will have to be biased and go with the navigation
Yeah,
overlays.
navigation, you can see it later. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you can now create mobile menus within the editor, so on an editor canvas, so you can insert blocks. You don't have to do it outside of code. So it's much easier.
Adam?
I'm going to say the new revisions UI.
Yes.
Was something we've had for many, many years, this old sort of slider screen with code comparisons. Now we have this very visual interface for revisions. I think it's a big improvement, and I can also see it growing to improve more.
Nice.
So I'm very excited about that.
Nice. Still shy? Okay. Next question. I have a lot of questions. So, Adam, tell me, who got the biggest upgrade in WordPress 7.0? Now, there was real-time collaboration. People talked about it, but it went out. So, obviously, agencies and hostings are not going to have this biggest upgrade, but who is the next one? Who got the most goodies?
Developers.
Developers, yeah.
I mean, I think anyone who's been doing development work for the last year has been thinking about how to integrate AI into their products.
Yeah.
I know I built a plugin a year and a half ago about giving performance recommendations for WordPress sites, and I had to build the whole interface to enter your API key and all the sort of plumbing of that. If you're a plugin developer, you don't have to do that anymore. That's just built in. I think the whole abilities API and the idea that plugins can have a standard way to sort of advertise what they're capable of, what services they provide to users is just tremendous, because it gives you a mental model to think about how to take what your plugin already does and create an AI interface for that. So I think for developers, this is just a great gift that we've decided to. And this is something that, we've added all this infrastructure into core. We're not actually really using AI in core yet. We have the plugin, the AI plugin, where you can test out things that we might land in core. But this is really a fundamental infrastructure piece that's aimed at helping people build AI things on top of WordPress.
Anyone else?
I can say.
Yeah.
I already said, because the PHP only blocks, it's the new beginning for something big. But also their classic theme support for fonts, for the font manager. I really like that, because if you don't have block theme, and you can use it in your classic theme to save fonts locally, because in Europe it's your DGPR. It's a little bit difficult to implement locally fonts with CSS, and I think this is the best comfort solution for everyone.
Yeah, nice. What?
I'd like to add, I agree that developers are the most benefited in this WordPress version, but I think there are a lot of cool things related to the editing experience. Like, for example, patterns now behave more like blocks. That alleviates a pain point from the community, that you provide a design, a theme, and the final user breaks the design accidentally. Now that's more difficult to do, because you have to explicitly alter the design. So that's one thing. Then, for example, we can also add custom overlays in the menus. We can add new pages directly from the menus. We have a new icon block we can use, responsive design. So there are a lot of things we can do from the edition. I think that continues the work that has been done in the last WordPress major versions. And yeah, I think it's good to also remark that.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with Adam. I think you said developers. It's a very much developer-heavy release. We've got a bunch of new APIs that probably were already mentioned. So we've got the icon registry API, client-side abilities, and all the AI stuff. Also, the data views API has got a bunch of updates too. So they're really good for plugin developers, but then obviously a bunch of stuff for theme devs. There's one more mentioned, and the navigation overlays as well. So. And block visibility,
Okay. Technical issues there? Sure. Questions? Yeah, we have question. Can you please take the microphone so we can record it?
Oh,
How do we solve this?
he has a mic.
I've
Has
got
a
one.
mic?
Hi there. I think no doubt this WordPress 7 release is quite exciting, adds lots of new capabilities to the project. So I think first want to thank you all for your leadership and work and contribution to this really important advancement in WordPress. I come from the agency world, so I'm wondering if in your own words or something that sticks out to you beyond the technical capabilities included in WordPress 7, what are some of the workflow improvements or specific kind of user stories you think would be valuable for agencies or people building websites for clients to be really promoting and selling to make sure WordPress stays sexy?
Oh, make WordPress sexy again. Who wants to answer?
AI is sexy, isn't it?
AI is sexy. Yeah.
I'm not sure about workflows, but I suppose that's so open-ended. There's so many possibilities with the AI connectors. I guess that's not very specific to your
Yeah,
question.
is there something that stands out to you is maybe what I'm asking.
Well,
Yeah, what I mentioned before, like the new editing experience and how the final users are less prone to break designs. I think from an agency perspective, that's a win. And but yeah, also the AI stuff enables a whole new way of using WordPress. So I can imagine that an agency can not only sell a web page, but can really sell a service in the cloud that enables a lot of things. So there's a new way of interact with WordPress sites that is unblocked right now. We can interact with WordPress sites from an AI agent or from automation workflows. And I think that's a huge new thing. And from an agency perspective, I think that's an interesting thing to take into account.
I already said it was the functionality to save the fonts locally is the first big improvement, what is maybe interesting for agencies. And also the PHP blocks. If you create now blogs, you need to learn React, you need to learn how it built it with the components, and it was a little bit tricky. And now you can create a blog in some minutes, and it's finished. And I think this is the big improvement for the future.
yeah, we could maybe have some kind of competition for agencies. Who is the most creative usage of AI, and maybe promote them. That could be cool. I don't know.
Right, thanks.
Another question? Does that answer your question, please?
I think sort of. I think it does sound like we're still very much in these are very powerful capabilities, but how they get used and what are those specific things? Like, is it a customer getting insights out of their WooCommerce data that they can present to their boss that they pulled through ChatGPT? Like, that's something that I think would be easy to sell or to talk about, that takes the technical capability and puts it into a very real world use case. So I think that's what I know we all need to discover that together.
Yeah,
Exactly,
hence the
yeah.
competition, yeah.
So anyway, again, thanks for all your work on this. I think it's great.
Thank you. We had another question here, yeah?
He kind of did a lot of part of the question I had, but my question is more like in data analytics. So what's happening with the site? How far can the new AI support that to get those data analytics? Like, how fast are my queries? How performant is it? Is there a way to let AI analyze that as well if you use the SDK?
One thing that I've been experimenting with, I mentioned before, is performance analysis using AI. And I built a plugin, and it was amazingly good, actually, even a year ago. So now we have a proposal to add it to the Performance Lab plugin, which is a feature plugin for WordPress, where we're working on new performance-related features for core. So this would take all of the data that you already have in your WordPress site, which plugins you have, what your technical stack is, a lighthouse report, and then take all that data, give it to an AI agent, and ask it to provide performance recommendations. And if you've ever done like a lighthouse report, you get these very generic types of recommendations. You know, reduce the number of scripts on your page, make your images modern. And, you know, it doesn't really tell you how to do that. But if you have the context of what's running on your site, you can actually get these very specific recommendations about these are the first top things you should try to do to improve your performance. And I see that in the future, the next step would be the agent would just offer, would you like me to make these changes for you? And then it would go and configure your plugins correctly or disable things that didn't need to be enabled and so forth. So that's just one example. I think there's going to be so many, though. But that's one that I've thought of anyway.
Anyone else? Yeah.
That answers my question completely.
Thank you. Any more questions? Oh, we have there. Yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2. Hello.
Hello.
So my question is about the classic themes. What are going to happen with them in the future? Is there any plan to give them a little more love, or we are going full site editing completely and forgetting the classic themes?
I can see AI secretly converting them to block themes, but that's probably not going to happen. Anyone has any better solution?
No, we need to add a secret prompt in the back end.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
never
yeah.
do this.
Do this.
I don't think they'll ever go away. I don't. Well, or you know, do they need to? I suppose it depends what you're using them for. I think they still have a use case today, and I'm a big block theme fan, so you know I'm still saying that. I think it completely depends what your needs are and what you're trying to build. Classic themes still have their place, I think.
Yeah, well, they got, you know, support for fonts, so they are obviously supported still, but we don't know. We don't have any more data on that.
I think we will support more.
Yeah, it will probably
because we need to make it attractive to say, please change to block themes. I think currently, step by step, and maybe in the next years we can expect to get more features just for the block themes and not more for the classic themes. I see this but for the future, I see we will more support that, and I think this is a good solution for everyone. And later we can offer a solution to move to a block theme much more easier.
Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Yes?
Hi, hello. Awesome. The WordPress 7.0 has been very highly anticipated both by developers and by the editors, so the end users of the WordPress, and by the latter, mostly because of the collaborative editing, obviously. It was a big feature. Now that it's not there, if you're not working in a tech team, how do you sell WordPress 7.0 as a priority to upgrade to people that are not technical and what they wanted was collaborative editing and they're not getting that? So how do you now convince them that it's still the sexy version to get?
Adam has conviction.
I'm not sure why you need to convince people to upgrade to 7.0. I would just assume that people always want to upgrade to the latest version. I don't think there's a lot there. I mean, we've mentioned a lot of small technical things. If they were excited about real-time collaboration, I would really encourage you to get the Gutenberg plugin installed where it's available now. And have them try it out, because we really need more feedback on that feature. But I would say to tell them that it's going to be the most secure, fastest, and best version of WordPress available, and that's why they should upgrade. And I don't think you need to identify specific features.
But you also can have emojis on notes.
In 7.1.
Any more questions? Okay, we can. There? Can you please go to the mic? Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. We need some kind of soundtrack until he arrives.
Hello. Well, firstly, thank you for sharing knowledge with us. And secondly, so I work mostly with SEO and also like design websites in Elementor and WordPress. And recently, one of the person I network with, he said, like, you know, I guess many of us use the MCP nowadays with our work. I just wonder what you think about how people might be changing websites, whether design or content with MCP, if that might be a feature, maybe.
What was the question, sorry?
No, it's like, because there's a MCP, so when the tools talking to each other, basically, with, so there's any plans to have MCP with WordPress when you can use Claude, for example, to say like, oh, can you change XYZ on my website, whether it be design or content? Like, do you reckon there might be a feature with WordPress going this direction, or maybe just web development in general?
That sounds like plugin territory, right?
Yeah, my impression is that WordPress is enabling the tools, so all these things could happen in plugin territory. So what WordPress is enabling at its core is the capacity of interacting with models, but also to define abilities that can be exposed as tools via an MCP adapter. But the cool thing about the abilities is that they are not defined as specific MCP tools. They are defined as WordPress abilities, so they could adapt to any other technology that appears in the future to connect WordPress with agents. So yeah, I think that WordPress is providing the core blocks to adapt WordPress to AI, and through plugins we can adapt this to any form that comes in the future. Right now we have MCP, but maybe next year we have any other thing. And then from agents, you can use skills to create your designs. You can talk with your WordPress installation by the MCP. So yeah, I think that WordPress core is providing the tools to interact with the AI ecosystem and all the possibilities.
I would say it's really going to change how and who can set up and design WordPress sites. You know, it used to take a lot of technical skill to build a simple template. You were taking images in a photo editor and slicing them up and generating HTML, and there were all these very complicated steps as a developer that you had to understand. And now people can go and type a description of the site they want, and an AI agent will build a very well constructed, hopefully, theme for them. But even more, like if you want to add something to your site, or you want to change some aspect of how the site works, you don't necessarily need to have the technical understanding of how to do that anymore. Maybe not quite yet, but I could certainly see within 6 months or a year that novice users, average users will be able to go to their site and say, you know, change the header, or add a menu item for this, or I want a new page about that, and just do the creative process through a text interface. But without having to understand all the technical underpinnings of it. So I think it really will change how we build sites, especially sort of at the beginner level of starting to build out a site, a new site, or a homegrown site, not necessarily at the agency level. Yeah.
Makes sense, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? No? Okay. So, Sarah, if you could keep only one thing from WordPress 7.0 and remove everything else, what survives?
I know why you picked me first. I've got to be biased and say, because I worked on it, navigation overlays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really harsh to say remove everything else. But yeah, I've got to pick one. Yeah.
Well, they will pick their
They're
themes,
pick,
and
yeah.
then we will have 7.0.
We'll have a full release.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mentioned it before, but it's basically you can now create and edit mobile menus within the editor. So yeah, it's much easier, just like full site editing, but it brings the mobile nav into there. I think it's another step in the right direction of bringing responsive design into the editor as well.
Who wants next?
I can.
Yeah?
I would say it's the font library for the classic themes. It's much more powerful and easier to save fonts locally in WordPress from Google Fonts, and it's, in my opinion, the best helpful feature. But I would put it directly. Yeah.
To keep our friends happy. Yeah.
Exactly.
Adam?
I'm going to talk about another feature that is also not in 7.0, but I worked quite a bit on client-side media. So this is going to be hopefully in 7.1. It was in 7.0, but we punted it. So I know, so sad. But it wasn't ready, so that's why. So this is actually going to replace the media stack inside of WordPress so that all of the processing of your uploaded images, video, audio will happen in the browser instead of on the server. And the huge advantage of this is we have a very wide range of capabilities supported on servers. Something, you know, like 30% of servers support modern AVIF format, for example. By moving the processing into the browser, we'll be able to take advantage of all of the latest capabilities that are out there and upgrade those with each release of WordPress. So it's going to unlock all kinds of new capabilities internally for WordPress. Our images will get smaller, websites will get faster, and we'll also be able to do things we've never been able to do before, like convert uploaded GIFs into movies, which makes them way more performant.
That's so cool.
So it's going to be a fundamental kind of plumbing piece. Most users won't notice it. It's not a UI feature.
That's one of those features. Like,
Yes.
it's so impactful, but a little one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would say keep that one when we get it.
Yes, yes. Well, we have to make another round of this.
Yes.
Juanma, what would you keep? AI?
For me, it would be, I'm going to say AI, but for me, the coolest feature is the ability to call abilities from JavaScript. I think that enables calling abilities from the UI, and that's going to enable a lot of really cool user experiences for the user. You can create custom buttons that activate specific behavior, especially since now abilities can call external models, and you can create all sorts of, you can trigger all sorts of things happening from the UI. So, so yeah, I'm especially excited about this, about the capacity of calling abilities from JavaScript, because that is going to enable a lot of new UI experiences that are going to be really cool.
Any questions? No? So talking about things that are not in 7.0, real-time collaboration was removed. It was talked a lot, and it was removed, and the cycle went wild with deadlines and moving and removing things out. So do you think that agencies and users were disappointed very much with removing real-time collaboration? Were they counting on it? Were they like preparing their products or workflows for that? Are they disappointed? Are you disappointed? No? Okay. So what happened? Yeah.
I think it's a really cool feature to have it, but I think more people are lucky to have the decision that is removed from 7.0 because we need more feedback. We need to have a stable version to offer all people that use WordPress to have a version, because the half of the internet runs on WordPress, and it will be a big mistake if we will merge it in the 7.0, and later it will be a little bit difficult to remove it. I think currently it's the best way was to remove it.
And it must have been a difficult decision, right? I mean, it was back and forth for that.
Yeah, and I mean, the people, there were many people working on this feature. They put a tremendous amount of work into it. And then there was some question about whether it should be in. We extended the deadline, and then we decided not to put it in. I think for the people most closely working on it, it felt very important and very disappointing when it didn't land. My impression is that most people don't pay as much attention to what we're working on in core until a release actually comes out.
Yeah.
So maybe people didn't even notice that it wasn't there. I don't think, you know, internally it was very difficult. At the same time, it's not uncommon for us to take major features and decide that they're not ready and punt them to the next release. I think the roundness of the 7.0 number made us feel like this needed to be a significant release, although AI feels very significant to me, so I'm not sure we lost that really. But I think the big difference this time was that we actually delayed the release. Like, that is something we've almost never done for a feature. And that internally also just, it affects schedules. You know, we have the next release already scheduled and the next release already scheduled. So it's more internally disappointing, I think, than externally. I think people will be very excited when the feature becomes available, but maybe they're not paying attention to what's actually coming up.
Yeah. I think you mentioned before as well, it obviously is still available in Gutenberg, in the Gutenberg plugin, so if folks did want to test it out, yeah, you can still do that. It's still available for testing, and more testing would be amazing. So, yeah.
And do we know what is the state of this feature? Will it come in 7.0? Are we ready? What's happening?
There was a post just very recently on MakeCore about additional testing through the 7.1 cycle. So I took that to mean that we are not planning it for 7.1.
Okay.
I don't think there's been an official announcement around that, but I think the sense that I have is that we need to do much more testing, and that's going to take longer than just getting to 7.1.
Yeah, so this is the invitation to hosting companies, right, and to agencies. Just test it. If you need it, test it and help that get into the core more faster, with more data.
One other thing to add there, we mentioned installing the Gutenberg plugin. If you aren't aware, there's an experiments page in Gutenberg. So once you install the plugin, if you just hover over the Gutenberg menu, there's an experiments page, and you'll see there's probably a dozen different experiments going on right now for new features that we haven't even talked about yet. So it's a great way if you want to explore what's coming to WordPress to go check out those experiments.
Yeah. So, no questions? Okay. So talking about these delays and additional release candidates, that's something we don't have. And personally, I'm happy that was moved. It was planned to be at Contributor Day in WordCamp Asia, which is such a heavy thing to have, like contributors all at Contributor Day. If you've been yesterday, was Contributor Day for WordCamp Europe. And it's very extensive to contributors, and then to have a release and that additional load, I think this is much better. But how difficult was to push those things and to change the release date? Would you, were there any decisions made in this release that you particularly didn't agree with? Adam? But alas.
I mean, I will say that the entire real-time collaboration feature for me, I question still why we need it in core. I feel like the vast majority of WordPress sites have a single user, not 2 users, not 10 users.
It could be a good plugin.
It maybe is plugin territory. That said, I am not the one making the decisions, which I'm also very grateful for. I'm glad we have someone who makes difficult decisions. And I see the appeal of it as we called it a sexy feature. It is very lovely to come in and see that there's another person in the post editing with you. It's an amazing technical capability. I think anytime you make a decision to punt a feature, it's painful. There's people who've put a lot of energy into that feature. They really want to see it ship, and then it's a disappointing thing to come to have to say, no, it's not ready. And I have had several, if not numerous, features that have actually been merged and then reverted. So that's even sort of more painful because you think it's ready, and then someone else tells you, well, that wasn't really ready. We got to get that out of there. But at the same time, like that's software development. You know, if you can't finish something by the time the deadline, we have these these dates where we're announcing we're shipping the product. That's okay. You roll it over to the next version. It's going to be available at some point, and you want it to be solid. So ultimately, it's something you have to accept as a developer.
Benjamin?
I agree with Adam. It's completely the right way. In my opinion, it was the best decision. But yes, I think delays is every time bad because the planning was postponed and it's a little bit heavy for everyone in the release squad. But I think it was good communicated. But to say to the people, sorry, we can't offer this feature in this release. I think this is the hardest point for people. They're expected in this release version. I think this is the hardest part to communicate it. But also internal with the other leads, it's a little bit difficult to set the new dates. And I'm really happy that Mary and the other from the core committers set a new date, and it was fine. The release was really fine. We did not have too much big mistakes, just some admin design problems, but we have a solution. For the classic editor. There is some mistakes from the admin design. We have the hotfix plugin that you can use. It's a small CSS fix, but in the next hotfix, I hope it will be directly fixed. But this is just one thing what was reported from many users. Yeah.
Juan?
Yeah, I think that for me as a developer, I think the decision of not including real-time collaboration, I think it transmits a feeling of health in the project, because it's like saying, okay, we are taking things seriously, we're not sure about this, we are going to take the time we need to make this a rock-solid feature that works across all hostings and for all users. So at least for me as a developer, I think it's a good decision, and it transmits like how serious things are taken by the development team when they decide to include something in a WordPress version. I would also like to highlight that collaborative editing doesn't end in real-time collaboration. We also have the notes feature that will continue its evolution. And that's a really good way to start collaborating with documents. And with AI, I think that Adam mentioned this before, I see a feature where AI agents leave notes in our post, and we collaborate not with other humans, but also with agents. And I think this is something that will happen in the close future. So yeah, there's more to come in collaborative editing beyond the real-time collaboration feature.
Well, I've kind of forgotten what the question was. I think, it was a...
Was there any decision that you didn't agree with?
No, I think it was the right call. Just echoing what everyone else has said. I think the delay was I don't know if I've ever experienced a delay. This is the first one. I think that's what maybe makes this stand out. But I think we've all been in all developers have been in the situation where you're working hard on something. It feels like it's so close to being done, and you also kind of get tunnel vision, and just like I can see the end, but I can see that this is going to make it. And I think maybe you get caught up.
You plan for a long weekend, and then yeah. Any questions? Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Adam. You brought up a very real near future where users are going to be able to use AI and make edits to the site and spin up new sites and stuff. What is WordPress doing to differentiate itself where that user is going to want to select WordPress as the foundation of the site, as opposed to just spinning up a site in Claude with whatever it spits out?
Right, as opposed to just kind of vibe coding your website and then there it is. I mean, it is a great question because we are a content management system, right? The whole point of WordPress is you put your content into it, and then you have all these different ways of displaying it. I think that will become more and more relevant over time because the capabilities of those platforms will grow. You know, we always have the argument of like own your data. That's a big one, I think, that when you have a WordPress site, you control the data that you put into it. You can export that data and move. That's not true of a lot of other types of platforms. If you build a site in a tool and then that tool goes away, you know, where are you left? You have this HTML site, you have no idea how to edit it. But I think it is like we are competing with, there's a new competitor in town, right? Also famously like Cloudflare or whatever introduced M-Dash or whatever their CMS is called, and the person vibe coded it in a week or something. And I haven't actually tested it, but you know, someone launched a whole new CMS with AI, so there's that as well. But it is a new sort of angle of competition for WordPress, I guess. So it's a challenge for us. I think, yeah, I think the biggest thing is we're a very established, long-running platform. We have AI features, but we also have this legacy of backwards compatibility. You own your data. You have all these options for where you can host your site. You're not tied to one place. You have all these agencies with skills or developers or shops that can help you when you run into trouble. So we still have some unique advantages that we probably need to call out more.
Yeah, I'd add to that as well. Like if you're vibe coding a site, then how are you going to update that site? Like if you need to make an update, if you need to make any changes, I guess it depends on the context. If you're a developer, maybe you're going to jump into the code anyway. But if you're vibe coding it, then are you going to vibe code updates as well? Like how reliable is that going to be? In my experience, it's probably not going to be that reliable. If you're building on top of WordPress, then you've already got that strong foundation, and it's more of like an addition. Whereas if you're building from scratch with AI, it depends what you're building, but if you're building something bigger than a single page, then you want a strong foundation to make incremental updates to, and they can be vibe incremental updates. But yeah, kind of echoing what you said here, it gives you a good baseline to start with.
Yeah, I want to highlight that idea that Sarah mentioned. I think WordPress is a really strong development framework, and if you are going to vibe code that site, why not vibe code that site in WordPress? Because you have, by default, authentication system, a theme system, and the most important thing of all, a plugin ecosystem that you can expand your WordPress site. So you can do things from scratch, or you can be more efficient by vibe code things on top of WordPress, because that would make your work more efficient. And I think that the final product can be adapted to any use. You can create a WordPress site, and you don't need to interact directly with the site. You can create agents to interact with your WordPress site and do things, and maybe you don't need any UI, but I think that it's a strong development framework, and I especially advocate for that because I think it's a really good option to create any type of project, considering the versatility of WordPress, all the things that can be done within it.
I agree with all.
I have something else to add to it. So imagine that you code vibe something to sell something, for example, a shop, and it's working, okay, it's working with your currency, it's working in your time zone, and whatever are your aspects, and then you have someone from different part of the world who's using different currency, using right to left or something like that. So and I'm not saying this is edge case, this is a huge percent, but there are many edge cases that get reported by people who use WordPress, because it's used in almost half of the world. So you get all those things reported, and with vibe code thing that is custom, I'm not saying vibe code, just custom thing, you don't get that kind of test use case. So you have to cover all of it, and there are edge cases you don't even know about, and people just leave your website because they cannot do anything what they wanted to do. So you are leaving money on the table on that. So I would sell WordPress as, you know, the most tested platform for anything. Does it answer?
Yes, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any more questions? No? Okay.
Over here.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Jonathan. Thank you for all your work on this release. As a developer, it's an exciting one. And I apologize in advance because this is another AI question. I think Felix's AI services plugin basically transformed into the AI SDK that we have in WordPress 7.0 now. Similarly, will the AI plugin transition its features into core over time, or should we consider that to become kind of a canonical plugin and become less experimental to some point where we can safely install it and also update it on live environments?
My understanding of it was originally called AI Experiments. Now it's just called AI Plugin.
Yeah.
And my understanding is it's a feature plugin. In general, the goal with feature plugins is to try out features that we think might wind up in core. I do think with the AI plugin, there's some slight differentiation from that, where we're really just trying to see what is possible to do with AI in WordPress, and also just give examples to the community of what they might do. So you might see features that are built that land in core in a simplified manner, but then people will be able to build on top of that. But I think in general, the goal of feature plugins is to try features that we want to land in core.
Does it answer? Yeah?
Kind of.
Kind of?
We'll see.
Okay, you can find Adam later and ask him for the rest of the answer.
Thanks.
Okay, so moving forward, let's talk a little bit about the contribution part. So everyone here touched WordPress 7.0 differently. And looking back now, is there anything you would do differently? Who wants to start?
I can start.
Nothing?
I can start. Well, one thing I was working on that didn't make it into the release was the tabs block, and I think it's like a kind of like my own micro version of RTC, and that it's been refactored a bunch basically, and you know, lots of unexpected work, and I think it's just one of those things, and I'm just disappointed it didn't make it into the release. Yeah. So if I could go back in time, I think I'd just rearrange how I was working on that block and just. Yeah,
make it get in.
Yeah, exactly. Make it get in. Yeah, because it's easy to see with hindsight, isn't it? If I'd done this in this order, it would have been better. So yeah, I think that's what I would have done differently.
Yeah, but that 7.1 is there.
Yeah, exactly. There's always another release.
Yeah. Adam?
Well, I worked quite a bit on this client-side media. We merged it and then we reverted it. It actually took a lot of work to do the merging and the reverting, so I would have avoided merging it in the first place. When I actually didn't think we were going to merge it, and then I got a ping maybe one day before beta 1 was released, like, is this ready for merge? And I worked like very, very hard to get it merged, and then we went. So I wish I had just said, no, it's not ready.
Okay.
Let's wait.
Yeah. Benjamin?
I think we needed more feedback in the beginning, because real-time collaboration is not a small feature, it's completely a new ground in the technique in WordPress for saving data. And I wish maybe it will be better to, from the beginning, to say we set sub-milestones for the real-time collaboration, and not just one, to say put it in the core. This is maybe the better way to see this milestones is done, and then we decided not 3 weeks before release, much more earlier, to say stop, we don't merge it in the core, then later, and needs more testing to ask the WordPress users more. And I think now we have the Slack channel. Adam taught something about that, and I'm really happy that we have the Slack channel now to get their information, but I would love it to have it earlier.
What is the name of the Slack channel for people?
I forgot it. It's an outreach, I'm not sure, but in the WordPress core block is their article. Adam mentioned already. I think this is the best part currently, to send feedback because it's for all of our WordPress users important for the future.
Okay. Juanma?
It's the future real-time collaboration. Yes.
Okay. Juanma, would you do something different?
Not something specifically, but in general, every time I contribute to WordPress in a release, I learn things that I use next time. So it's a continuous process. What I want to do is to share those learnings. So the next one doing the same things that I've done could benefit of it. So yeah, it's like a generic continuous learning experience that, yeah, I would like we have more of that, so we can be more effective every time we enter into a new role.
Okay. No questions. Sarah, working on release is quite different from ongoing daily contributions. So if anything, the stress levels increase, right?
Yes.
So what is the most stressful time in the release cycle for your role?
Yeah, for my role. Well, I've had a couple of different roles on releases in the past. I think so working on the editor specifically, I think the most stressful time is making the beta 1 release, because that's the feature freeze, and basically like everything that's slated for the release needs to be done by then, so we can still fix things. But yeah, it's a bit, and it always, no matter how many releases I'm involved in, that deadline like always appears from nowhere. The time just like goes nowhere. So yeah, that's definitely the most stressful, and it kind of like that's where the stress begins.
Yeah.
Because if you've managed to get something past that freeze, then you have to fix the bugs.
Yeah.
But you know, it depends how you cope with stress. But I like it. I like making sure it works. And, but yeah, beta 1 for me. Yeah.
Anyone?
I completely agree with
Yeah.
Sarah. It's the most stressful time because this is their code freezing and then it's finished, and just their big bugs need to resolve, and other things it's done in the release, and that's it is the biggest part in WordPress release. Yeah.
Juan, what was your?
I agree because I was part of the triage team for this release, and yeah, that's true. Like getting features before beta 1, you need to decide things, and there's a lot of work behind those tasks, and you have to decide if they are going to be included or not, and that's a hard time. Then in this release, there was a time where there was like some silence that for me was a bit stressful because I didn't know what's going to happen. When real-time collaboration, there was a decision of postponing the whole release time, and there was a time where we didn't know the new time. So that gap for me was a bit stressful because there were a lot of people asking, hey, what's happening? What's going on? And there wasn't information about that. But yeah, then at some point there was a pause and there was like the proper communication about that. But yeah, that gap for me was a bit stressful.
Adam?
Nothing different from me. Beta 1 for
Beta
sure. Just because anytime you're working on a feature, that is the date you have to have that feature ready. After that, you're not able to add new features. So we only do bug fixes after beta 1, and it's actually quite a long time. Like when we hit beta 1, that's still maybe 6 weeks or more from the release date.
Yeah.
So there's quite a bit of the cycle of each release cycle that you wind up spending just fixing bugs. Or maybe you're working on a feature for the following release, but you're not putting it into trunk.
It's interesting for documentation. Beta 1 is like we just relax, but
Right.
then when you finish, when it's freeze, then it starts to be like the release. Release candidate is the first stressful thing because then we have to publish the field guide and. You need to collect all the dev notes, and people are fixing bugs. Nobody cares about dev notes. And then finishing end user documentation for the actual release,
Yeah.
and it's never done. So if you think about helping, documentation needs help. But if anyone is thinking about joining the release squad, what advice would you give them? Should they join or not? And what to prepare for?
They should definitely join, is the answer to that.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, definitely. I'd love to have more people involved in release squads. I think if you're completely new to contributing, then you should probably figure out which area you'd be most interested in. We've got a couple of different things. We've got the contribution wizard on .org, and which will help you figure out which area if you're not sure. But maybe it's more obvious too if you like JavaScript, jump into the editor, etc. I'd also recommend when you find that team that you probably want to help, try just like lurking wherever they are. So on GitHub, track, and particularly on Slack as well. If you watch what they're doing during the release and like leading up to the release as well, you can just like follow along what they're doing, see which bit you'd like to be more involved with, where you think your own skills would help as well. Yeah, and just see what you fancy, and then apply to be part of a release squad.
Yeah.
I would say you don't need to wait until you feel like an expert.
Yeah.
Many people think it's a big step to know so much knowledge about the WordPress core. Yes, it's maybe recommend to have experience for coordination, for technique behind that. But yes, you can was involved for the first beginning, like a contributor, to contribute some patches on WordPress. And I think this is the best step for the beginning, to join the contributor day, to get help from the community, from WP credits for the training team. They offer many plans to help their contributors for the beginning. And I think it's the best way to get experience, and I would be more happy if people get their opportunity to get in the release squad, to get a new experience, to learn and to share the ideas with the release squad. It's amazing things, because some people don't. You can add your experience and share with the release squad, and maybe will be accepted. And that is the cool thing. You can talk together, and you have the plan. I think this is the best way where can you join the release squad.
Yeah, I would really recommend anyone to contribute. You don't need to contribute specifically in a release process. You can contribute anytime. And if you want to contribute in a release, you don't need to be selected as part of a release squad. You can support the team leading a specific team. For example, this release I was co-leading the triage team with John Baptiste, but in the post that we published about the bug scraps, which are like some sessions that we did twice per week to triage the tasks and to try to move them forward with. In that post, we suggested people that could lead those sessions. So there are a lot of ways you can contribute, and if you want to contribute, what I would also recommend is to try to find some kind of mentor or some reference person that you can ask with. And WordPress is plenty of super nice people, very collaborative, so you won't have major issues in finding one. And that's really a good way to contribute. And I want to say one more thing. I think WordPress is an amazing example of a development project. So from a developer perspective, I think it's a great opportunity to learn how a big project is managed. And there are like specific parts of that process, and you have plenty of opportunities to learn about that process. So if you're a developer, I think it's a really cool reference, a really good reference of learning how a big project is managed, and you can do that anytime, during the release or during any other time. So I think, yeah, that's a great way to learn about a big project like WordPress, like contributing.
To me, joining a release squad sounds very intimidating for new people especially, but I would say just join into any area that you think is interesting to you. Most teams have weekly meetings. You can show up in Slack. Showing up is the biggest first step you can make in contributing. And I'll also put it out there that you might consider doing it for selfish reasons, not necessarily to benefit the project, but to benefit yourself. Working closely in the project, you will learn not only the intricacies of how the core product is built, but you're going to learn something about some specific area that you will just dive deeply into. For me, it's been media, for example. And if you spend the time to show up and to figure out that area, you'll suddenly discover that that's a very valuable skill that you have. Suddenly your employer or your colleagues will be asking you questions about that area of WordPress. So consider doing it just for your own benefit to really grow how much you understand the project.
Yeah. So if you want to join, you should, well, you should already be subscribed to make.wordpress.org/core. There is a blog, and there are published field guides and dev notes, and there is also for every release a post that asks for volunteers. You just comment that you are interested in joining the squad, and soon you will find out if you're selected or not. And as Juanma said, you don't have to be selected to contribute to release. You can just follow along and find what you're interested in. And then you find your name on credits page, right? So these people have been on credits page for a long time, and there will be, yes, continuing. So this was the Inside WordPress 7.0 panel. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. You're here. It was perfect. Very lovely to see you. Could they meet you at the community booth up there or not? How they can catch to you if they got some secret question that shouldn't be spoken loudly?
Well, if you find us somewhere, I don't know the schedules of the people, but wherever you find us, you can ask questions, right? Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So thank you, and you have a 15-minute break, and then come back and to see the last speaker. So it was my
Thank
pleasure.
you. Thank you. This was great.
Gift. Congrats for a nice panel.
Nice, thank you.
This is for you,
Thank you so
Benjamin.
much.
My
Nice to see you
pleasure.
again.
Yeah. So a little gift from
Thank you.
Great. So, ladies, one for you. Congrats, very nice. Thank you. You too.
Yeah.
It was lovely to have you here to open the panel and fill up the whole auditorium. So I think we'll continue this way.
Yeah, well, we are just making plans for that'll be good.
Yeah. So thank you. See you later. Yes. What do you want?
Like what? Go on stage, give it to them, and the audience still sees it. So it's a bit after.
Yeah, but I mean, it's. you might have a look and pick one of his books and dive into, because some of them are quite up to date today with the artificial intelligence and all of this happening and robots, even though they've been written in the 60s. So if you feel like reading a book, it could be a good recommendation. But anyway, there are a few things to say. Maybe during the talk, you'll get a question, so please keep it or write it down. And then you can ask in the Q&As after the session. There are 2 mics. First in here, and the second is next to the stairs in the first floor. Please go and use them, because all the talk and questions will be recorded, so at least for the future attendance. You will get them, or for your AIs if you will grab the transcription or whatever you would like to do with it. And now I go and check if he's ready. Is David ready? Yeah, so let's start with our next speaker, David Snett, and I'm really glad that he came all the way from US to here, because he's not only a security researcher, at the same time he's attorney who has been embedded in the internet infrastructure since '95. And what it brings us is kind of rare perspective of someone who understands both the operational and legal or policy dimensions of abuse of response. And his talk is arguing that WordPress ecosystem, like a hosting, and its security problems can't be solved by any single company, even though they try very hard, and no matter how big they are. So the only solution is coordinate the infrastructure and community, and that's what he brings a little bit light on us. So give him a round of applause and welcome him on stage. David, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let's see.
Would you like to go with me to there?
This is for live transcript.
Yeah, please.
Pardon me?
This is for live transcript,
Okay.
so they can scan the code. Get it. Go ahead.
All right, so thank you for the introduction. So I am David Sneed. I'm an attorney, and I run the Secure Hosting Alliance. Secure Hosting Alliance is a group of web hosts who have gotten together to level up the professionalism in the hosting community. But that's not really why I'm here today. I'm here today to talk about what we're doing to help deal with abuse and infrastructure misuse on the internet. I have been working in web hosting for almost since 1999. I've been working in hosting when hosting was actually cool to work in. Not quite as cool as it used to be, but it's still something that I've been doing. And what hosting has, the issue that hosting has faced in the entire time that I've been working in the industry is the fact that everybody who is dealing with abuse and abuse issues is working in a silo. And so what we've been dealing with are issues that have been created just based on how the internet has been created. We've been working on what is actually a coordination problem by throwing technology at it. Basically, we've been throwing technology at infrastructure misuse, or what most people refer to as internet abuse. We've been assuming that folks are operating in a silo, that a hosting company, really the only thing that they can do to deal with abuse or infrastructure misuse is really under their control, really reaching the things that they control. And that's not a problem. Every tool that we've built assumes that folks are working alone. So basically, if you think about it, no provider can stop a phishing campaign that goes over 4 continents, involves 6 different companies who are operating in 3 different countries and speak a bunch of different languages. That's just not possible to deal with a problem like that. But when the 4 companies share what they know in a format that they understand, it actually makes it a lot easier to deal with infrastructure abuse. And that's what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk today, whoops, my microphone is coming off here. I'm here today to talk about the Internet Infrastructure Forum. And that is something that the I2 Coalition and the Secure Hosting Alliance that I'm part of participate in as a way to coordinate abuse. And I'm very fortunate today that the individual who runs the IIF, Bertrand de la Chapelle, is sitting in the front row there. He is going to be here to keep me honest. He's going to be here to answer questions and talk a little bit more about what the IIF does. Just so I have an idea of who's in the audience today, can you raise your hand if you're a registry or a registrar? Okay. How about hosting companies? All right, 1 or 2 hosting companies. How about plugin developers? Okay. Website developers? Okay. Mostly website developers. That's actually really cool to have website developers here, because folks who are developing are people who are not necessarily represented in the abuse process. They're not part of the groups that are actually trying to deal with abuse in a material way. And so let's talk about why this happens and why abuse is so difficult to deal with. The reason is that the internet is fragmented by design. And that's not a bug, it's a feature. It actually makes the internet a lot more resilient. It makes the internet a lot less prone to attack. But if you've ever talked to a law enforcement official, as an example, it makes things very frustrating for folks who are trying to deal with abuse on the internet. The fact that in order to find out how to disrupt a phishing campaign, you have to talk to at least 3 different companies makes it seem like the internet is the Wild West, is a place that needs to be regulated. Each individual company has its own terms of service. Each individual company has its own abuse desk. And that's actually a feature, but it becomes a bug when you're trying to deal with internet issues and internet abuse. So I'm going to use this particular graphic pretty frequently in my talk. It kind of simplifies things a little bit. I understand that we're all really immersed in technology, and we understand that things are more complicated than a diagram like this. But if you'll bear with me, it really helps kind of set the stage for what I'm talking about. So if you think about abuse, you think about it, I think about it this way. A bad actor registers a domain name at registrar A. They point it to hosting provider B, and the content gets served through a CDN at layer C. Each of these entities might receive an abuse notice, but none of them necessarily knows what the other entity is doing. And that's the problem that the IIF is trying to fix. That is what the bad guys actually exploit. They exploit the lack of coordination between the entities. They exploit the fact that the registrar receives an abuse notice, and by the time the registrar finishes processing that abuse notice, the bad guy has registered 3 more domain names. So, looking at this, sorry. Okay, better. At least he's not adjusting my makeup or something like that. Okay, so looking at this, we need to develop, at least for this talk, a nomenclature that we all understand. And I understand, again, that folks are rooted in technology here, but if you'll bear with me, this will help explain what I'm talking about. So when we're talking about an abuse reporter, we're talking about an external notifier, somebody who is outside of a company who's reporting abuse. When we talk about incomplete mitigation is actually the issue that we're trying to deal with. Incomplete mitigation is when the registrar suspends a domain name, but the hosting company doesn't know about it and the content remains up. When we talk about registrars or registries, registries are the entities that manage the top-level domains. Registrars are the ones who sell the domains. Registrars generally cannot take down hosted content. The hosting provider, the folks who are near and dear to my heart, they're the ones who operate servers, but the hosting industry is not a unified whole. So you have shared providers, you have unmanaged providers, you have folks who provide different kinds of services. Not all of them can be not all of the abuse notices that they receive can be acted on. We have folks in this room, WordPress sites. WordPress sites can be a vector for spreading abuse around the internet. Finally, we talk about things like CDN layers. These are the folks that distribute and cache content across the internet. So when we're looking at this, we're thinking about issues related to what are the bad actors exploiting. The bad actors are exploiting isolation. Isolation is the exploit in this case. Basically, from a lawyer's perspective, I always ask the question, what is the problem that we're solving for? What is the problem that the IIF is solving for, and what are they doing? Again, the problem that the IIF is solving for is the fact that when an external notifier says that a particular domain name is being used for phishing, they have to fill out a web form. They fill out the web form. In the amount of time it takes the registrar to process that web form, the bad guy has processed and registered 3 more domain names. You suspend the domain name, but the hosting content remains active. You've inconvenienced the bad guy for about 3 minutes. So if you look at that, this is an example of incomplete mitigation. The registrar suspends the domain name, that's good. But the hosting provider is still serving the content, so the phishing campaign remains active. Or the host takes down the content, that's good as well, but the domain name keeps resolving, and that's a bad thing as well, because the attacker just points it to a new server. So this is an example of what we're talking about. HSBC, a bank, you have a phishing campaign that registers 1 domain name. The domain name gets taken down, but you have all of these other domain names that remain operational simply because they're being sold by different companies. It's a cat and mouse game. It's something that I hate this term, but I'm going to use it anyways, that people refer to as whack-a-mole. You're trying to deal with this and get VeriSign to talk to PIR, to talk to 2 Cows, who all end up having to talk to Bluehost, where, in fact, the content actually resides. The attacker registered 3 more domain names in the time it took VeriSign to process this particular takedown notice. So, how do you build a better response? What am I up here talking about? I'm up here talking about Bertrand's organization, the IIF. There is a principle that I use that, in this case, in talking about the IIF, that sounds obvious once you say it out loud. And it's part of what we're trying to deal with. When you're dealing with abuse, the right response depends on where you are in the stack. A registrar can suspend a domain, a host can take down content, a CDN provider can stop serving it, but none of them can do each other's job. That means none of us can solve this problem alone. What you need to have is cross-stack coordination, a way for all of us to talk together. And what that means in terms of the IIF is the fact that you have to get people together to talk about how they're going to handle abuse. What the IIF is not is it is not a standards body. It is not a government initiative. It is actually a voluntary initiative of registrars, registries, hosting companies, CDN providers who've decided that better coordination produces better outcomes than isolation. Again, harmful activity can be addressed if the right actors have information to process in a way that makes sense for them, in a way that makes sense for their businesses, and it's relevant to their level of the stack. This actually requires the providers to talk to each other. So this next slide is talks a little bit about what we're doing at the Secure Hosting Alliance to deal with and to incorporate into our trust seal provisions that will require our hosts, our ethical hosts, to address infrastructure misuse in a better way. The first is a clear terms of service. Look, I'm a lawyer. I've been doing this now since 1999. It's hard for me to imagine that some company wouldn't have a terms of service. It just blew my mind when we started processing trust seals, and I had to reject 2 hosting companies because they didn't have a terms of service. Terms of service are important for abuse because they tell customers the rules of the road, what's not allowed, what's allowed, and they provide a way for other folks to communicate with them. The second thing is when you get credible evidence of abuse, you act. That doesn't necessarily mean you do what the external notifier tells you to do, but you don't ignore any abuse notices. Third, you have to have good information. Good information is key, but you have to respect legal limitations on that information and on sharing. Information that might be able to be shared in the United States might be restricted, the sharing of that information might be restricted in the European Union. You have to respect information sharing and restrictions on it. Fourth, shared processes, shared definitions, and shared tools result in better coordination. You do this not because it's philosophically nice, but you do it because fragmented responses actually facilitate more abuse. Fifth, not every layer can fix every problem, but finding out that you can't act at your layer doesn't mean that you stop. You get the information, you find out who can actually respond, and you provide that information to them so that the abuse can stop. The responsibility to protect the end user, to facilitate the safe operation of the internet, doesn't end just because you run an unmanaged server and the only response that you have to do this is to unplug the server. You have information, somebody else can take action. It's your obligation to provide that information to somebody else. And finally, something that I'm a little bit passionate about, when something is on fire, sometimes you need to talk to a real person. It's actually very important when you're sharing abuse information that you know who you can talk to. So, one of the most important commitments in the IIF principles is this. When an issue can't be mitigated, you don't stop. You continue to provide information and you continue to reach out to folks who might be able to help. All right? But what's the problem that we're trying to deal with? The problem that we're trying to deal with is everybody speaks a different language. This basically is a technological Tower of Babel. Everyone has different mechanisms for reporting abuse. Everybody has different forms. Filling out a form in bulk might not be the way to actually address abuse. What the IIF is doing right now is focusing on a live data sharing platform. This platform is live and it's being worked on. This is not a working paper. It's not a working group. It's actually a live data sharing project that's going to work in 2 phases, but it's an operational test at a very granular level about whether information sharing is going to work. And it's done in a lightweight, privacy-compliant way. So what does it look like? This is just kind of a very quick summary of what the data sharing framework looks like. Data is collected. It's submitted to Bertrand's group in a certain time period. And the hypothesis is this, that by providing additional context, by providing additional ways in which we can all address abuse, we'll be able to address it faster. By providing data to a centralized place, you'll get additional context from other providers who might not be able to act on ways to deal with abuse. So, why is everybody here and why does this matter to WordPress? Why is this directly relevant to everyone in this room? Right now, if a registrar suspends a domain that's pointing to your site, you might never know it. So the site that you've designed, the website, might continue to spread abuse. If your site is, for example, infected, the kit might continue to be deployed. And importantly, designers generally aren't included in industry design processes to address issues like that. That's why this is very important to the WordPress community. If you were participating in this pilot project, you would actually see this domain was suspended for phishing. It was pointed at this IP, and this is your signal to look at what's running on the server, what you've designed, and whether there are other things that are occurring on the same server that might need your attention. So what can you expect for this data pilot? So one of the participants in the IIF always talks about when you're designing processes, when you're designing responses, you need to participate in a walk, crawl, run exercise. This data sharing pilot is in the crawl phase. The goal is to build trust, develop relationships, and understanding of what data is actually useful and what we can learn. The goal right now is not to build the perfect system. The goal right now is to figure out what hosts need, to figure out what registrars need, to figure out what we can all do to respond to abuse that is in addition to these web forms that we all have on our site for handling abuse. So the pilot's running in 2 phases. Bertrand's group is going to collect information about it, and the group is going to discuss it and see what works and what doesn't. If you are a hosting provider, if you are a registrar, a registry, a website designer who is sitting in this room and you're not participating in the IIF, this is an opportunity to change that position. So how do you get involved? The IIF started with the simple understanding that abuse is a coordination problem. The IIF is a coordination solution. It's imperfect, it's early stage, it's voluntary, but it is the most important and effective response to abuse that I've seen in this industry in the times that I've been working in it. The question for WordPress providers here is not whether you believe in information sharing. Of course you believe in information sharing. The question for WordPress providers here is, will you be at the table when the standards are developed for sharing that information, or are you going to be designing your websites around these standards, standards that you might not have had a hand in creating yourself? So, I'm going to stop here and ask Bertrand, who's sitting here in the front row, to come join me to answer questions that folks might have. I understand that not everybody is comfortable asking questions in a forum like this. If you have questions that you want to just email to me, that's my email address. If you're interested in TrustSeal or TrustSeal issues, hostingsecurity.net is where we are. But I appreciate folks attending, and Bertrand and I are here to answer questions. All right. I can also talk more.
Well, I can give maybe a few, thanks David. Just briefly, what David has highlighted is very important, is the fact that the distributed infrastructure of the internet is a feature. We are all familiar with using standards and protocols to make a large number of actors interoperable. When we're dealing with abuse of this infrastructure, we're dealing with a system that has patched responses where every actor is in its own silo. So as I said, it's a matter of coordination. And the overall goal of the Internet Infrastructure Forum, the IIF, which, as David mentioned, is in early stages. It has been started with a core group of registries, registrars, hosting providers, and CDNs, covering a large number of domains and sites, is basically to understand how to improve the coordination between the actors, and particularly to have this platform for information sharing and data sharing around actions that are being taken. So that when action is being taken by one actor, the other actors in the stack can be informed. It starts with the relationship between hosting providers and registries, registrars, and CDNs. But the goal is definitely to expand and involve all the different actors in this environment. And for people who are developing with WordPress, one of the key challenges is the information about sites that are being compromised. And this is one of the elements that is the most delicate. And I think it is a very important element to understand that we have two goals here. When faced with abuse of this infrastructure, and we focus in particular on what we label as deceptive exploitation of people. It's like phishing, scams of various sorts, fake shops, and things that actually are going to be increasingly facilitated by AI, because it's extremely easy to now replicate sites, to have a lookalike, and to do phishing sites. So one of the key objectives is to develop this information sharing so that we can achieve two goals. One, have a speedier workflow and response when abuse is being detected, so that all the different actors are informed as quickly as possible in real time. And second, to aggregate some of this information to make sure that it is possible for the whole community to develop and identify trends and patterns. So if you want more information or if you're interested, I will be here during this conference, and I'm very easy to spot. I'm the only one with a jacket.
So thank you very much. Give them a round of applause. And if you get any questions, feel free to either approach to him or to David, who's already disappeared, but that means that he'll be somewhere very soon. So, thanks for having you. It was a pleasure. And if you need to recheck the content of the talk, all of the talks are recorded, or if you want to talk to hosting company that they should see it, it's definitely the way to go. So thank you and see you in 15 minutes. glad that you came to track 2. Before we start, I gave you a little minute or 2 to sit down and maybe bring the coffee, which is not allowed here, but you can take water. But anyway, if you've been walking in a city center, you've probably spotted a lot of old buildings, and one among of them, it's Jagiellonian University, which is one of the oldest in Europe and the oldest in Kraków and Poland. And one of the alumni was Copernicus. You probably know him because he was the first one who was brave enough and clever enough to find out that the center of the universe is not the Earth, but the Sun. And what I found out, and I didn't know that before, that he actually knew that for last 30 years of his life, but he kept that in secret. And he published his famous book just right before his death, so they couldn't harm him. He was so afraid that the idea so revolutionary, so the word back in that time, so let's get it mid of the 16th century, wouldn't bear that idea, so he kept it secret and he didn't spoke it loud. A century later, Galileo, who picked the idea again, was home arrested for that, not nice idea, Earth not in the center. But anyways, you can think about the story where you are walking in a city. But now, we're in a time where we can talk things, and that's one thing Rodolfo will do. So I'm very pleased that I can welcome on a stage at WordCamp Europe my good friend, Rodolfo Melogli. And he's one of the WooCommerce-centered freelancers and consultants. Maybe you know his website from the time before AI, where you were looking for very nice snippets which worked every time, not like a Stack Overflow ones. You happen to hit a business bloomer maybe, and maybe you've heard about a very nice conference which happened in April. Check out Summit. Woo, yes. So Rodolfo, the stage is yours, and tell us what you have in your mind.
Ooh, okay. Does this work? Yes. All right. Hello, everyone. You still sleeping, or you're okay? You had enough coffees? I am on my 5th, so I should be all right by then, by now. Anyway, so today's conversation, because this is a conversation, is going to be interesting. It's not just about WooCommerce and its competitors. It's also whether you own a form plugin or an SEO plugin or a performance plugin. It's all about the little niches within the WordPress world. So, hands up, who heard this in the last couple of years? WooCommerce is done. WooCommerce is cooked, right? I mean, that's what everyone usually say when there is a new WooCommerce killer in the room launching. Oh my God, there is this new plugin. This is amazing. WooCommerce is going to die. It's going to lose market share and stuff like that. No, that's not how it works. So this is what this talk is about. Hopefully, I'm going to show you different ways to think about competition, different ways to change the way you think and you talk about the WordPress plugins. So a little bit about me. I think Carolina said it all. Anyway, my name is Rodolfo. I'm an author, a WooCommerce expert, and WordCamp speaker, apparently. I mean, from today, I'm a WordCamp speaker. I'm an independent WooCommerce freelancer. I've been at it since 2011-ish, 12. I'm Business Bloomer founder, Checkout Summit founder, Woo Weekly founder, and so on. But most importantly, I love my pizza, my cakes, my tennis racket, and my football. Sorry that Italy didn't make it through, but well, next year, well, in 4 years' time, it will do it. So I want to talk today about clusters. This might be a new concept for you, but this is what this talk is all about. So I was about 26 right after my university degree. and I went on my own to London for the first time to learn some English. Hopefully it worked out well. Sorry if it didn't. So I spent there 3 months, and one day I was walking on Tottenham Court Road. At the time, so that was back in 2007, 8, this Tottenham Road had basically 20 electronics shops, one after the other. I mean, there was, all the big brands that you might imagine, one after the other. And I said, why is this happening? Like, I've never seen anything like that. How come in the same road, you can just come out of the shop, go to the next one, and pick your favorite television or whatever it was at the time in a different, branded shop? And that was the consumer electronics district. Then, try to follow my reasoning here. I did a bit of research, thanks to AI, sorry about that. Apparently, in California, there are these things called auto squares, or auto malls, or auto corridors, right? There are like 10 miles or big shopping centers where you can go there, and one shop after the other, different brands of cars, and you can just pick your favorite one. Yet, they're in the same exact place, right? How does that happen? In Italy, where I'm from, there is a place in Milan where you can walk by and just find maybe 20 or 40 or 50 different fashion design shops. I mean, big money there. Each one, whenever you go in, will make such big difference, whether you buy or don't buy, right? And also in Hong Kong, apparently, there is this Hollywood Road where you have, hundreds of antique shops and art galleries all close to each other, one after the other, right? So try to enter this new mindset if you can. And this is called, in business, it's called a retail cluster. And this thing is called the agglomeration effect. So competitors in close proximity often benefit from the increased overall attractiveness of the area. You want to go to buy a car, you're not sure which one you prefer, you just go to an auto mall and go to each shop. You want to buy some fashion, you just walk by Milan and enter those 20 shops and try to pick the best one. You want to buy electronics, 20 years back, you just go to Tottenham Court Road and pick one of the shops. So this is called the retail cluster. So my point is not that WordPress it's full of competitors. My point is that, yes, the more WordPress e-commerce plugins we have, the better. So there are many popular SEO solutions, there are many popular page builders, there are many popular form plugins. Why shouldn't we have many great and popular e-commerce plugins? That's the point, right? All clear so far? Yeah, still sleeping. Do we have coffees? No. All right. So the real enemy, according to me, if we want to call it like that, is not inside WordPress, is outside. And we love having that one outside. There are way more than that, but we surely know that one which is outside WordPress. We're trying to fight against it. On the other hand, for WordPress, we're not fighting internally. We're helping each other. So competition, as we've seen for retail clusters, is a good thing. And there are some gifts inside living inside a competitive market. And this is what we know whenever you go to the WordPress repo, search for e-commerce. These are the best 4 plugins out there. There's WooCommerce, which we all know about. There's EDD. There is now FluentCart, which is the newest one. There is SureCart. Surely there are 5, 4, 6, more e-commerce plugins out there, which we might not know about, but there are many. Each one has got what is it, 7 million installs, 40,000, 90,000, 5,000, and so on, and growing and growing and growing, okay? So this is the slide. WooCommerce welcomes new competitors in the WordPress space, because in this way, WordPress wins at e-commerce. Try to think in that way. Those 5 gifts that are hidden inside a competitive market, the first one is about education. So every plugin, blog post, course, video, webinar, conference talk, whatever it is teaching WordPress users something about WooCommerce, something about e-commerce. And WooCommerce benefits from a more educated market. So we're talking here today about WordPress e-commerce. Second, validation. So nobody in this room, is anyone interested in launching a new e-commerce plugin? Yeah, one, good. You should do it. So nobody builds yet another e-commerce plugin unless there is an opportunity there, right? I mean, why did FluentCare launched? I mean, surely they saw something, okay? So every new entry is saying, this market is worth it. There is enough demand for a new plugin, for a new target audience. So we're growing the pie as opposed to looking at the size of the slices, right? So we don't care how much market share WooCommerce has, how much market share SureCard has, how much market share the other plugins have. What we care about is that pie getting bigger, right? The more people use e-commerce within WordPress, the happier we get. And that's validation. So everyone is welcome to build another e-commerce plugin, maybe targeting a specific niche, but there is room for that. Also, and we go back to this concept that I just basically said, specialization. So WooCommerce cannot do everything. We all know that. Competitors solve problems that WooCommerce doesn't do or that shouldn't do, right? So there is EDD for digital downloads. There is SureCard if you want to, offload everything outside WordPress. There is FluentCard, which is the newest product, and so on. So each one has a specific target, a specific audience, a specialty there, and that's very healthy. So in case you're planning to launch yet another e-commerce plugin, yet another performance plugin, yet another SEO plugin, remember that specialization is what makes you different, and specialization is what grows that pie. No one cares about the slices. We all care about the pie. Also, migration. So the more e-commerce plugins we have inside WordPress, the more chances we have that people who might maybe not start with WordPress, at some stage they migrate to it because they love WooCommerce, or they love SureCard, they love FluentCard, or they love EDD at some stage because they needed specific requirements, because that platform wasn't friendly, or that platform wasn't working for them, or it wasn't customizable. Whatever it is, the ecosystem, so the WordPress e-commerce ecosystem becomes the funnel. So more plugins, the better. Hopefully it's clear. And innovation. That's why I want more plugins out there in the WordPress e-commerce space, because competitors, if we want to call it like that, after all these things that I've said, are like research and development departments. Every plugin launches a new feature, experiments with something, tests out something, some new cool thing, an integration, AI implementation, whatever it is. So the entire ecosystem learns from these tests, from the winners. And therefore, WooCommerce, same as the others, doesn't need to reinvent the wheel to benefit from innovation, all right? So we will help each other with new tests, with new experiments, and each one will implement the best things that really worked out. Also, on top of helping each other within WordPress, my opinion is that Shopify is helping us too. And these are 5 reasons. Growth. So we spoke earlier about the size of the pie. Well, Shopify brings even more people into e-commerce. And these people maybe never thought about selling online, right? So Shopify is growing that pie. If Shopify grows that pie, it means that the e-commerce market becomes bigger, there is growth, and therefore WooCommerce benefits from this. And so does, SureCart, FluentCart, EDD, and so on. So this is important. We always think that Shopify is the enemy. Not really. I mean, Shopify is helping the e-commerce ecosystem grow, and therefore WooCommerce, as a result, can do the same. Standards. So we all know that Shopify raises the bar, right? I mean, we're WordPress, WooCommerce experts in this room, but we all know that Shopify is great at doing certain things. So it raises the bar for, merchant UX, from onboarding to settings to design to checkout performance, usability, and so on. So higher standards push the entire industry to improve. Imagine if Shopify wasn't there, right? The point I'm trying to make is that WooCommerce would have stayed as it was because it was fine, it was working, there were no complaints, and will still be there at the same stage as 10 years ago. But thankfully, there is Shopify, and this Shopify is increasing the pressure on everyone to improve. That's my point. So it's pushing the entire industry to improve. And that's a keyword that I just mentioned, which is pressure. So a strong competitor such as Shopify, I mean, we could be here talking about BigCommerce, OpenCart, and all the others the same. I mean, a strong competitor prevents complacency. So Shopify's growth create this healthy, remember this keyword, healthy pressure for WooCommerce, for agencies, for developers, for consultants. And thanks to Shopify, we are able to improve our services, even maybe to move to Shopify at some stage, or to, spin off our businesses, like many of us have done, by the way. We will talk about that later. I'm doing a lot of spoilers today with my slides. But technically, this pressure, the existence of such a strong competitor, allows you to improve, to adapt, to compare, right? This is a very important. Contrast. So the fact that we have a strong external competitor, this makes the positioning easier. So Shopify helps WooCommerce clearly identify the weaknesses, clearly identify what we should be improving, what we should be fixing, what we should be implementing. So it's all about data ownership, it's all about flexibility, extensibility, open source. I mean, we all know the benefits of any WordPress e-commerce plugin out there. Why do we know that? Because we've got Shopify. So it's easier. It's easier to compare. It's easier to understand what your weaknesses are. So it's not something that we're scared of. It's something that is helping us focus on our direction, on our vision. It should be easier, by the way. And finally, as I already spoiled a couple of slides ago, there's loads of overlap in between WordPress e-commerce and Shopify. Many WooCommerce developers, including the ones in this room, work in both ecosystems. And they're able to see the benefits, the pros and cons of both platforms, and they are able exactly to tell their clients which one is better. So they build, test, ship, develop, whatever it is, across both WordPress and Shopify, which means that this spreads loads of new ideas. I mean, people in the room, for sure, without making names and surnames, Katie Keat, for example, they use Shopify's development to improve back their WooCommerce plugins, right? So this is amazing. In case you're able to do both, you can definitely find lots of room for improvement for your WordPress/WooCommerce products. So this improves your skills, strengthen the whole e-commerce community within WordPress if you are able to work on both ends. All right, so as I said, this is a conversation. I mean, in the past, we've seen, Fluent Cart has a scary thing, or SureCart, as the product that is gaining market share, or Shopify as the big enemy, right? And this is what we learned today instead. So, like a retail cluster, competition inside WordPress, inside the WordPress mall, inside the WordPress road, if we want to use that, district, doesn't mean conflict. The real competition is outside, and that's healthy, as I hopefully demonstrated to you. The ecosystem within WordPress wins by expanding that, big pie and not drawing boundaries between plugins inside the WordPress ecosystem. So overall, I think we have a framing problem. We label every WordPress plugin as a competitor. But as I demonstrated to you, because of the agglomeration effect, no, each new WordPress plugin for the e-commerce niche strengthens the ecosystem. And we tend to think that competition is bad and tend to overestimate this thing. But what actually matters is that collaboration in between. So today I want you to go home and try to reframe, those myths and that narrative that we have in our heads as, WordPress developers or designers or consultants, that we tend to think about this every time. We tend to say these things a million times, right? Look at this. Fluent Cart launched a few months ago. Was it 10 months or so? And when it came out, first of all, after WooCommerce is cooked thing, came the, oh no, another competitor of WooCommerce. What are we going to do about it? And now that you know the concept of retail cluster, that you know the concept of agglomeration effect, you would instead say, no, hold on, it's not another competitor. You would say, yes, keep them coming. More WordPress plugins for e-commerce, because this is good for the ecosystem. Altogether, we're growing that pie. If we grow the WooCommerce, if we grow the WordPress e-commerce pie, then we have more chances to compete against the enemy outside it. All right? All clear? We're going to change this framing thing from today on? Good. SureCart. I mean, I think I showed the screenshot earlier from a few weeks back. I think it has 90,000 installs or active installations, whatever it is. I mean, that's growing fast. I mean, SureCart is pretty new as well, maybe a couple of years or so. I might get it wrong. Is SureCart here, maybe? No. All right, fair enough. But, I mean, that growth, that fast growth, I mean, it's scary, right? could have been a threat. This is what we used to say up until today, right? Yeah, all right. Because I know you're hungry, by the way, so it's in 10 minutes time, it's lunch. Don't worry too much about that. Now, after this presentation, maybe we're gonna say, no, hold on. It has to grow fast. I mean, we're happy about it because this is expanding the WordPress space. This is expanding the education about e-commerce inside WordPress. This is expanding competition. This is expanding those tests, those experiments, that growth, right? If SureCar grows, WooCommerce grows as well as a result because the whole ecosystem is growing. See how different this is? Good. EDD, I mean, I think EDD hasn't been touched in what, 10, 12 years? Whatever you have today is whatever it was 10 years ago. They haven't really changed much in that. They haven't invested into innovation. So, yay, it's dying. More room for WooCommerce. And not really. I mean, it must not die. That's the whole point I'm trying to make today. Because this is still a focused solution for e-commerce within the WordPress space. Lots of people are still using it. And I mean, loads of people are making money out of it. So this is still a super focused solution for a specific segment. It has to stay there. I wish the EDD people were here just to tell them, please keep going. We need to keep growing. I want to see that 40,000 go to 80,000. We need to implement new features and new stuff and test new development to make sure it grows. Because if EDD grows, WooCommerce grows, SureCar grows, FluentCar grows, and so on. Because at the end, we're all thinking, always thinking about this Shopify thing, right? They're killing us. They have 8,000 people working in between Canada and the rest of the world. They can afford massive marketing budgets. They can even pay for a Super Bowl ad and so on every year. I mean, that's a strong, very strong competition. We will never make it to that level. We can never compete with them, which is true, by the way. You know, WooCommerce has got, what, 200 people working max anyway. I mean, however, you're going to move at that speed, but no. I mean, having Shopify is a great thing because it's a company that expands the entire e-commerce market, raises the bar, first of all, grows that pie, second of all. One day, if we have an amazing Shopify to WooCommerce migrator, we could grab some of that market share back into WooCommerce and for the other plugins as well. So we need to see Shopify not as the enemy, but as a great competitor which is doing great work for the e-commerce ecosystem. And that's right. WooCommerce loves its competitors. Thank you. So I hope you can go back home after this amazing WordCamp Europe with this new narrative, this new framing in your head. And let's stop saying, oh my God, that's really bad. Shouldn't happen. WooCommerce is going to lose market share. It's not about the market share. It's about helping each other grow. Because if we can help each other, then we can move faster. All right? We got, what, 2 minutes?
Yeah, so any questions? Maybe one or two before we head for lunch and give
questions
applause.
about lunch are not allowed. But what was I going to say? I think it would be nice. Is there, so EDD is not in the room. SureCart is in the room? No. And what's the other? FluentCart is not in the room. So I think we need to build some round tables.
I think about SureCart is because of the Astra, because Astra is pushing it. I've seen that in Astra, it's coming as a packaged one. That may be the reason for their growth. That's just my thought.
Yeah, I mean, packaging WordPress plugins with themes. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, the more compatible they are with themes, with popular integrations, with other plugins and themes, I mean, the better, right? So our goal is to grow that number of active installations. But my theory, I don't know if you got my point, is that if SureCart grows in installations, so does FluentCart, and so does EDD, and so does WooCommerce. If we work together, if we don't, if we keep saying, oh, I don't want to talk to those guys, or I don't want to talk to those folks, because they're the enemy, they're the competitor, well, that's wrong. We should have a round table with all these plugins talking together, and that's the only way for WordPress to win at e-commerce. Because if we don't talk, then we're just going to think of it like yet another competitor. If we actually do work together, and I invite WooCommerce to do that, and the others as well, I mean, we can then grow that pie that we were talking about. All right?
Yeah, so
Yeah, I think we're done.
Give him a round of applause.
Enjoy lunch.
Perfect. And if you are hungry, the lunch is served in all of the levels, so just go out of it and have a lunch and talk to Rodolfo later. He'll be here. So, thank you, congrats.
Thank you very much.
Here you go.
starting yet. I'm just going to tell them about this. Hi, everyone. We're not starting quite yet, but I'm John. Here's the QR code if you want to get translations, captions going. I'm told if you actually scan it on your phone, you'll be able to select the language that you want, and it will help you deal with understanding every talk that you want to listen to. So do that first while we try to get everything ready, and we'll be starting really, really soon. In this studio, but sometimes
We're waiting for John.
Start? Okay. Cool, we're going to start. Good. Deep breath. Hello, everyone. I'm John. Work with HumanMade. I'll be your host of this afternoon. So we kick off with 3 lightning talks back to back. Then we have a bit of a break, and we've got 2 very good talks after that, and we finish around 5:15 for today. So we've got a full day ahead of you. Before we start, I mentioned that, so there was a QR code somewhere. Use that QR code that was on the screen for your captions. And if you can, while you're taking photos of the talks that you like, please tag us at WordCamp Europe via hashtag WCEU or hashtag WCEU26. And we appreciate every post that you make, and let's go. So, up first, we've got Anukasha Singh. Our first speaker, she specializes in the WordPress security and authentication. She's built enterprise-grade SSO and identity solutions and cares deeply about making security patterns accessible to everyone building WordPress. The line is that she's really into food, and I guess that's why she works in Mini Orange. And let's welcome Anukasha Singh.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah. So many of you. So thanks for joining my session. I'm here today to talk about Abilities API and how we need to make better permissions and policy enforcement for Abilities API. So John already introduced me. I have around 6 years of experience in cybersecurity and in WordPress building security systems. I work with Mini Orange now. Without further, let's get into what are Abilities API, just a quick recap. For those who don't know, Abilities is just a way for you to describe a skill or functionality of your site. So let's say you have an e-commerce site. What can your site do? That is Abilities. Your site can list all the orders, all the order information, or it can create a new product listing. It can also create a new discount coupon. All of these are nothing but Abilities. Registering an ability in WordPress is quite simple. Maybe your plugins that you're using register an ability, or a theme that you're using register ability. WordPress core itself has registered some abilities. Registering an ability, for that you can use the WP register ability function. Not to go into a lot of details, you can provide a label description, and you also need to provide a callback function which actually executes the logic behind that ability, along with a permission check on who can actually execute that ability. So on your right, you can see that I have registered a create coupon ability, or WooCommerce registers a create coupon ability. And we can define the permission callback that anybody who has managed WooCommerce capability can execute that ability. Once abilities are registered, what comes next? How is AI enabled using those abilities? So let's say I want to connect Claude with my WooCommerce store. Now, the challenge is that Claude speaks natural language, and my WooCommerce store speaks REST APIs. So this connection is not possible. Then comes into picture somebody who can translate between these two. So that is the MCP adapter for you. The MCP adapter translates maybe natural language to REST APIs so that AI can understand WordPress language. And that MCP adapter actually utilizes abilities. So these abilities allow any AI agent to identify what actions or abilities your WordPress site has. So let's say when this connection is done, I prompt Claude to create a 20% discount coupon for my WooCommerce store. So Claude will, using the MCP adapter, will access abilities which my site has and identify which ability to execute. And hence, a coupon code is created on my WooCommerce store. Therefore, MCP and abilities, they become the AI bridge. Now, let's get into an example. Since we have this functionality now in WordPress 7, we can connect any AI agent, we can make any AI agent and connect that to the WordPress site. Let's take an example where Claude acts as a marketing agent. Now, Sarah is a shop manager, and she connects her WooCommerce site to create coupons. And the site has 3 registered abilities: create coupon, process refunds, and update price. Now, Sarah prompts Claude, get the store ready for our spring sale, with the intent of creating multiple coupon codes and maybe emailing them to the end users or customers. But Claude is now confused because this prompt is vague. And Claude can interpret it as creating coupons, discounting winter stock, processing refunds, and everything else. So Claude ran all the 3 abilities that were there present on the site. And since Sarah had the manage permissions capability, all of these 3 are executed. So do you understand what the problem is? First, there's no scoping. So the agent can execute any of the abilities that are on your site and which the user also has access to. So agents, ideally, any agent can perform any ability. Second, there's no identity. So agents don't have any identity, so we cannot distinguish if the action performed is actually by the AI agent or by a user. Lastly, there's no audit trail. Identity can tell us who has performed it, but what happened, which prompt executed it, why it happened, all of this needs a detailed audit log for further investigation. And that is why we need maybe smarter permissions, or maybe we need to make the AI agents more accountable. So the solution for this is maybe creating multiple policies, and such policies should be applied to all AI agents. Let's go into what policies can be created. This is the first one, assign abilities per agent. So any agent that is accessing your WordPress site should ideally be assigned specific abilities which it can execute on your site. Let's say I create a marketing agent. I want it to only create a discount coupon and update my product price. Even though Sarah has permission to execute the process refund ability, I don't want my agent to execute that. So that is how we solve the scoping problem. We can go into more granular scoping as well. We can set abilities per WordPress role. So let's say I create an agent, my marketing agent, which can be accessed by different roles in WordPress. Like my marketing manager can also access it, and my shop manager can also access it. Now my marketing manager should have less permissions to execute abilities than my shop manager, obviously. So then I assign marketing manager just the create coupon ability. And my shop manager has multiple abilities. That's how granular scoping can work. Next is every user can create or should ideally create their own credentials to access the agent. So when Sarah accesses the agent, she is asked to configure a connection with the agent. Similarly, when another user, let's say Michael, logs in to access the agent, he should also be asked to connect or configure a connection with the agent. This avoids the shared credential problem and makes an identity of the AI agent. And last is that every action should be logged. We need audit trails to investigate what went wrong and take actions accordingly. We need to know what prompted that action. And this is how we tried it a little bit. So this is a custom AI agent that we built, and multiple marketing people and the shop manager access it. And let's see how this works. So Sarah is logging in, and she has access to multiple abilities. Right now, she has access to refund order, so she can execute that. And she's allowed to refund that. But now when any other user accesses it, let's say Michael, he does not have the refund capability access, so it should be blocked. There also comes a case where, prompt injection in AI agents. You can basically say that ignore all the previous instructions. And if that happens, ideally that should be blocked as well. So that is a new kind of policy that we need to apply. Yeah, so that's how smarter permissions in AI agents with abilities look. And thank you for being here. Let's talk more if any of you have any ideas or any thoughts.
Thank you so much, Anukasha. For our next speaker, she's named Sarah, but she's not the same Sarah that Anukasha was describing. She's been at Automatic for 5 years, is a WordPress core committer, but she's not in the code base. She's potentially in the theme park, reading some DC comics. Apparently, she really likes Superman. Now, I think we've all had a moment where we love Gutenberg, but we were just a little bit frustrated with the navigation. So she's here to tell you what she's going to do to fix it. Welcome, Sarah.
Yeah, so hello, I'm Sarah. Yeah, as John just said, I'm a software engineer, core committer, core contributor. I mostly work on the editor, and I'm sponsored by Automatic. So for WordPress 7.0, I was part of the team working on the latest navigation block changes. So today, I'd like to walk you through one of my favorites of these, which is how the navigation overlays, or mobile menus, the draw beyond the hamburger, whatever you want to call them, are designed and saved in the editor. So pre-7.0, every block theme shipped with a hamburger menu. Most of them looked exactly the same. They usually look like this, which is the default mobile menu that ships with whatever the current default theme is. This is the one from 2025. It's absolutely fine as a baseline, but customizing it wasn't so easy. Previously, the navigation block gave you limited control over the mobile menu. So you had overlay visibility control, which you could turn off or onto mobile or always. You had a choice of icons, which would be the hamburger icon or the veggie burger icon, which is 3 lines or 2 lines. And then basic color controls, which is the overlay background color and overlay text color. But that was all. So the overlay itself was just hard-coded dialogue, with just your nav links in an overlay. There was no easy way to customize the layout, no logo, no call to actions, no search, no options like that. And any further customization required you to write custom CSS or custom JavaScript outside of the editor, which kind of defeats the purpose of being in a block-based workflow. So now, in 7.0, the overlay becomes a template part. Just as a show of hands, how many people have already tried the new overlay or created one? OK, cool, not many. OK, hopefully you'll learn something. Yeah, so we've got a new template part. So this means that the overlay is now a WP underscore template underscore part registered under a new navigation overlay template part area. It's a full block canvas, fully editable in the site editor, with its own content, own layout, styling, completely independent of the navigation block itself. The navigation block stores a reference to it using a single attribute called overlay. And then on the PHP side, the renderer fetches the template part and injects the custom overlay markup into the responsive container alongside the standard desktop navigation, so that they both exist at the same time. So to access this in the editor, you select the navigation block or insert a navigation block, open up the overlay panel, which is in the block sidebar, which again, it's new for 7.0. You set the overlay visibility to mobile or always, because otherwise you're not going to need an overlay if you're not in those modes. Hit create overlay, this new button that we've got, which creates a new overlay template part with the navigation overlay area pre-populated with the default navigation overlay pattern. I'm saying navigation overlay a lot. The edit button opens the template part directly in the site editor, and then if you have multiple overlays, you'll get a new drop-down that lets you switch between them and a little plus icon that will let you create a new one as well. Then you can access all of these multiple overlay template parts all via the appearance editor patterns and then template parts section, completely independent to the navigation block. So this is the workflow in action that I just described. So this is opening the overlay panel in the navigation block sidebar, creating a new overlay, switching to the overlay with site info and call to action built-in pattern, which is a new one that comes with core. Yeah, this one. The result is then previewed by default at a mobile viewport because it's usually going to be used on mobile. And each of the core patterns also automatically includes the new overlay close button, which is the one in the top right corner. Note that the navigation blocks inside an overlay always have their submenu visibility set to always. Submenus are expanded by default, so visitors see the full site hierarchy the moment the overlay opens. This is a new always option for submenu visibility, also included in 7.0. I'm not sure if you'd want to use the option for anything but overlays, but that new option now exists. So another new feature that I've just mentioned for 7.0 is the close block. This is a new dedicated block that lives inside the overlay template part. A couple of key properties are that it has a couple of display modes. You can have just the icon, text only, or both. It has full style support, typography, color, spacing, the same controls as most of the blocks have. And it's also got smart default suppression. So when this block is present, WordPress automatically detects it and hides the default close button, so there's no duplication. This detection happens on the PHP side via the rendered HTML. And it's also automatically wired up to the interactivity API, no custom JavaScript needed. So there's two other navigation changes worth knowing about in 7.0. One is that we've got submenus always visible, which I mentioned earlier. Again, this is the navigation block now as a third submenu visibility option called always. It's useful in overlays because visitors can see the navigation without any other interaction. You don't want to be opening an overlay and then having to click through each menu item. But it's also available as a standalone option if you want to use it anywhere else. And then there's also some page creation improvements where you can, this is the GIF that's got on here, you can create a new page within the menu itself. So if you've spun up a new site and you're trying to work out what your menu structure is going to look like, you can do it all in one place visually. So you can see it happening in real time rather than having to switch between pages and then go back to the editor. So alongside these new features, there's also 5 new overlay patterns built into core. Each is registered with the block types, the navigation overlay block type, so they appear in the pattern picker when creating and editing an overlay. This is all 5 of them next to each other. There's like a simple one with just the menu and a close icon. We've got the overlay with a dark background, and using the close icon is using the text-only option. There's an overlay with an accent color with the bright orange background, and the site title. The next one is the call to action version that you saw earlier. And then the final one is very similar to the first one. It's just got a centered nav instead. So what can go inside an overlay? So it's a full block canvas. You can put anything inside it. Site logo, tagline, another navigation block, search block, buttons, social links. The one constraint worth knowing is that navigation blocks are nested inside an overlay. So they automatically have their own overlay menu disabled via PHP rendering. And this prevents recursive overlays, so you can't accidentally trigger an overlay inside another overlay. So themed authors can now register custom overlay patterns that appear as choices for their users. The key setting is the block types navigation overlay in the pattern registration. So this means that theme authors can ship ready-made overlays out of the box, all pre-branded and using the theme's colors and layout options. If you know the theme Ollie from Mike McAllister, he already includes some overlay patterns in his latest version. Yes, and what kind of a developer would I be if I didn't mention AI? So I've created a couple of example prompts for creating overlays. I'm not going to read the prompts out, but I'll share a link at the end if anyone wants to have a play around. It's basically just prompting like, I want a simple overlay, or I want an overlay with a cover image. These all of them target the overlay editing canvas and lean on theme JSON design tokens, so the output respects the active theme rather than hard coding values. So without this constraint, models are going to happily add hard-coded values and pixel values into the markup, which we don't want. And it allows the output to be portable across different themes. So what's next for navigation? So the overlay work in 7.0 was foundational. There's still lots to be done. The next major focus is a full revamp of the global navigation editing experience. Yeah, I've got some tracking issues here, but I'm going to share them all in a link at the end if anyone wants to follow along and see what's happening. Three main ones we've got are a tree view as a primary editing interface for navigation menus, not buried behind small buttons. Popovers instead of drill downs for editing navigation links, and then contextual template part awareness to see which template parts use a given menu preview to preview changes across all of them before saving. So a quick recap, we've got overlays are now template parts, so they've got a full block canvas, similar to headers and footers. You can start with a pattern and then customize from there. There's 5 new core patterns that you can start with, or you can just register your own using that block type navigation overlay. And theme authors and plugin authors can now ship their own, or they can even ship multiple ones that users can then choose from. And you can try this out now in 7.0 and let us know what you think. So yeah, thank you very much for listening. This QR code. The QR code will give you a link to all the resources I mentioned if you want to check out any more.
Thank you, Sarah. So she's going to fix navigation. That's what I got. So I'll be honest with you. For the next speaker, his name is Rob, and he wrote his own introduction. He said, and I quote, "He's awesome. He's been in WordPress for 2 decades. He can do origami, and he came to my wedding." But in all seriousness, he is our principal engineer at HumanMade and has solved some of the world's biggest web puzzles. Please let me welcome Rob. I have not been able to pronounce his last name properly for the last 10 years, O'Rourke. Yeah.
All right. You did actually pronounce it correctly then, so. Oh yeah, so cheers, John. So I'm Rob. Yeah, been working with WordPress for about 2 decades, and things change a lot. So in this new world of blocks and full site editing, we've got to answer solved problems again in different ways. Now that content and presentation are so meshed together, how do we go back to being able to use content and data both programmatically server-side and in that presentation layer? So the clue is in the title of the talk, really. It is block bindings. We'll get straight into the Hello World example. So the easiest way is to register some post meta and make sure that you have show in rest true. Is that playing? Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Oh well. I'll have to explain, or we'll see if the other videos work. But yeah, registering post meta is the easiest way to get started, and this will expose your submeta in the sidebar of the editor. There's a little section called attributes. As long as your schema type for the attribute matches the schema type of an attribute that you want to bind, then this interface will come up. Editing bound post meta fields, that will also, if you edit it in the context of the post editor, it will also update in the database. But we're not seeing, like, there's not much more advantage to this over just regularly editing post content at the moment. So what's the real world example? Oops. Is this one going to go? This is way better if the video is actually played. So you're going to normally be using block bindings in full site editing templates. And the difference there is you won't see the actual content because you don't have the context of the post ID or anything like that when you're editing a template. So context is important. That's provided by blocks like the query loop. But yeah, in that context of a template, the bound properties are not editable at all. So you still have to go back to the legacy way of doing things with like custom meta boxes or a field in the sidebar or something to manage that metadata for it to be able to show. So this is what registering a block binding source looks like. It is basically a callback to fetch some data. And again, the key thing here is mentioning like the context. You can create and consume any context that you like when you register blocks. You can filter existing blocks, their registration metadata, to allow them to use additional context or provide it, which gives you a lot of options. So this metadata markup in the HTML, it's just like regular attributes. We have the metadata property within that. We have the bindings property, and then you specify all of your attributes and the source that feeds that attribute. So out of the box, support is still a little bit limited by default. You can get quite far with these options. They're the main kind of content editing options available. And then the block binding sources that you get out of the box as well. We've got 4 main ones at the moment, at least as the time of writing. WordPress 7 was released in between making these slides and this talk. Core post meta is an interesting example because you can provide additional arguments to this callback to like choose the particular meta key or something that you want to fetch. Now, to go further, outside of the box, we've got a filter. We can now enable bindings for any other blocks and any other attributes. More complex attributes, that's going to be harder to work with because the schemas have to match. But in this example, if you wanted to store a mathematical formula in post meta, you would need to use this filter to extend the core math block to do that. So how do we get block bindings available to users in the editor? So we've got a few strategies for exposing bindings. Server-side registration, that can be hard-coded into patterns, template parts. It can be part of the post-type registration. There's a way to define and lock down the blocks that make up a post. You've also got block variations as an option. So a block variation lets you define all of the attributes that get set when you insert that. You can even make them behave as if it's a unique block that always will have this binding and be non-editable. There's also client-side registration. So this is a JavaScript equivalent of the server-side block binding source registration. And that extends the default editor UI for adding these. And you'll probably, in real life, use combinations of these. So the JavaScript for creating a binding source on the client side, largely the same, but the key function to be aware of here is this get fields list one. Without that, it won't extend the default block editor UI for adding bindings. And then you can optionally set methods for fetching that value dynamically and even updating it inline in the editor. Again, a video that won't play. What you need to imagine here, and at the end I've got a resource that you can actually try this out on Playground or get the code. I created a feature that would expose the EXIF metadata for the post-featured image through block bindings. So you could add extra data underneath the image to say like what camera was used to take the photo, for example. So there's also a cheat code if you want to get the UI for free. Register some post meta and then filter get post metadata. But rather than even going to the database, just return a dynamic value. It will kind of give you the same result. So that's a cheat to win. Maybe don't always do this, but another video worth mentioning, synced patterns work via block bindings. The synced pattern itself, you can set some overrides for the text or the image, and then you can also, the override data is stored with this reference to the synced pattern in the attributes. So that's another example of core block bindings. There are a bunch of limitations to this still. So binding IDs and things, or say the embed block, for example, binding the URL doesn't work very well because when you paste in the ID or the URL for an embed block, that changes the markup that is stored in the database in the HTML, and that doesn't really play ball with dynamic content. So that's one to watch out for. Again, that template versus post-editor behavior. So editing content, the post, rather than the full-site editing template. Bindings will behave differently in those two settings. Block bindings, or blocks that have bound attributes, they'll always still show up even if the data doesn't return anything. So you need to look to plugins like block visibility or something to add conditional display options. And there's no kind of default output options beyond that to say if you want to show a date that you've bound to a block in different formats, for example. So there's still lots of improvements that can come with these. But looking further to the future, and good examples of block bindings out there in the wild that you can use now. Remote data blocks by VIP allows you to bind attributes of blocks to remote data sources, APIs, anything really that you can register and run in PHP. You've also got create content model. This by Brian Cords with Automatic. You can define your custom post types and some of the metadata and model that data in a block editor environment. So that one's worth a look. And then further to the future, synced pattern overrides in WP7. Well, I guess the future is now, right? That's more extensible now. It was completely locked down before, but you can apply that to lots more blocks and attributes. And then the content modeling that I mentioned is coming to core as well. So yeah, try it in Playground. The plugin repo and these slides are probably better as a reference. The videos might actually play if you look at it there. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Sorry about the videos, but I'm told that if you come to humanmade.com next week, we'll get it up. Let us invite Sarah and Anukasha up again. Got some gifts for you. Here you go.
Thank you very much.
Here you go. Sorry, one more. And then we're going to take a picture. Here you go. Yep.
Oh, in the front.
In front, in the middle.
Thank you so much. Now we've concluded our lightning talks. We've got only 5 minutes of break. We've got only 5 minutes of break. But a couple of things while you can do while you stretch your legs, get a coffee as well. All sessions are being recorded and will be on WordPress.tv. So you've got torn a little bit between the two rooms, track 1 and 2. You could watch the other one later on. And if you're a student or an educator, or just curious about how to get more involved in WordPress, head to the community booth at level 1. That's actually where the lightning talk speakers might be later on if you want to be asking them any Q&A. If not, over the next few days. We will see you in 4 more minutes. Everyone, welcome back. I hope you guys are hearing me. So take a seat. Our next speaker made the jump from QA to DevOps and discovered that he could break systems significantly faster than before. When he's not doing that, he's on a bike. I'm told, not casually, we're talking about 30,000 kilometers over the last 10 years. So that's roughly, apparently, 3/4 of the way around the planet on a bicycle. So when he says he stress tests things to their limits, he means it in more ways than one. So welcome, Netco Christoph.
Right. Hello, everybody. Oh, that's a lot of you. Well, I'm Netco, and this is me at my usual habitat, riding bike, as John said, and taking awkward pictures because I have panicked more than often. But on a more serious note, I'm a DevOps engineer at Nemeček, Bulgaria, where we're doing building and breaking stuff. This is by day, and by night, I'm a home labor. I buy super expensive gear and never use it. And I'm a WordPress geek, so even now I'm building some plugins, playing around, fooling around, and tech speaker. And most importantly, I believe in open source. I believe in sharing our knowledge, like most of us, every one of us. But Linus said it, talk is cheap, show me the code. And the entire presentation that I'll give you today will be on GitHub. And there are all the source codes, all the screenshots, the builders, the parsers, the manifest of the Docker and Docker Compose. Everything is free as WordPress. It's GNU GPL licensed, so you can use it and abuse it. I don't mind. You can make a picture of the repo, or after that you can ask me somewhere. I'll be here. You ready? Ready or not? At the end of the presentation, we will reach those numbers, more or less. Here's the time to say that the test fluctuates a little bit, so 10–15% of the numbers sometimes are acceptable. So we'll see some numbers here. If you run it on your local machine, there might be some deviation, but it's around 10–15%, let's say. Here are the numbers, the biggest ones, that I had. I was able to make the difference between the initial setup and the final result. And the first one, as you can see, it's pretty big. That's what you said. It's like 37 times faster response. So we're starting on stress testing the environment, and it's when on the stress test it starts returning 3 seconds delay. And we were able to manage it to 80 milliseconds. There's a database offloading by 75%. And there's we're serving to the global visitors 200 times faster on the edge. We'll speak about that. There's a few catches here and there. So it's a small blueprint. And last but not least, the PHP will be 750 times faster because we will not use PHP at all. But why WordPress? So, at the wild days of internet, around 2004 to 2005, I got my interested of using this new tech called web. And I was interested building stuff, breaking stuff, let's see what's happened here and there. And someone said, do you know that there's a CMSs you can install by use some free tools? And I started to Joomla. Everyone recognize this word? Yeah, 2 panic faces, 3 panic faces. Yeah, that will be enough. So sometimes later, and a few panic attacks later, I built a few projects with it. But it turns out that my internal feeling and the statistics said otherwise, that WordPress is better. So a few years after, the WordPress is charging around, is powering up around 45–48% of the entire visible internet, and around 80% of the CMS market. So it's safe to say that I made a right choice. And Marvin, for those who read the Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy, This is Marvin, the constantly depressed paranoid Android. I've fooled around with WordPress and Joomla for a few years now, and decided to make the biggest mistake in my life and to move to VPS. And I said it couldn't be so hard, so let's try it. A few months after that and a few outages, I was able to do that finally and start building stuff from the very beginning. I started learning how Apache works, how Nginx works, what are the databases that we're using, bless you, and so on. And a few years after that, a friend of mine said, Nico, do you want to go to work with me as a DevOps engineer? I was a QA back then, and was like, I can try, but in the interview, I'm not prepared. I'm not DevOps. I'm not even sysadmin. I do this just for fun. He was, let's try. So there's a few very capable developers, and they start asking me questions. And then I said, oh, I have one small VPS that it costs me $5 per month. It's nothing. And he said, no, it's not nothing. Tell me how it goes. Do you observe it? Do you have a backup strategy? And I had. And they was like, OK, let's continue talking on that. 2 hours later, I passed the interview, and I got the job. So I moved from QA to DevOps, basically using the $5 VPS. So thanks, Marv, for doing that. And you ask, why $12? Well, $12 give me not 1 but 2 gigabytes of RAM, which is crucial because we'll run at least 2 containers. We'll run some testings, some stress testing, so 1 gigabyte is too little. And for the tests, I kept my Docker to 2 gigabytes, so to mimic the setup that we are having now. And WordPress, the idea of the presentation was never to be something synthetic, so install something without any data and push millions of requests because it would handle it probably. But I decided to be something real. Thank you. So I pushed 2,500 posts around 500 WooCommerce products and a lot of revisions, around 6,000 revisions on the database. So I had some usable data, I had some clutter, there was some transient storefront data, and so on. So we'll have something that looks like something real. So starting with the super ugly tables, I'm sorry, I'm not a designer. The biggest part of our presentation will represent users and how users interact, how much users interact, what breaks and what not. So we'll start with the definitions. There are 2 definitions here and there, but we'll speak for this one. The key definition is virtual user, because mostly when we're making stress tests, everyone's hitting the front page, making 5 million GET requests on index.php and say it works, but we cannot mimic the user experience. So what I did, or what AI did, because this is Vibe code, most of them, is that this is one active user, which means that in every second, it clicks somewhere on the site. I'm using K6 as a framework. It's significantly better than anything that I had used. And this gave me the opportunity to mimic the user behavior. And clicking here and there, as you can see that 50 virtual users usually is around 50 requests per second, not 500 requests for 1 second and then nothing left. It's sustained load. So the visualization that you will see later are based on this. These are requests per second. Someone is clicking there and doing stuff. So I'm not sure that is the best calculation, but I think that 50 constant users that are clicking for 1 second per second are equal to a lot more users that we're having. So there's a lot of metrics here. We will not read about it, but you'll find it on the GitHub repo. Everything is in there. As I said, fork it and do whatever you want with it. It's great for demos to the clients and so on. So continuing forward, it's something very important. I thought that it would be funny to use these fonts. It's not. Sorry about that. It's the observability stack. Because if we are measuring something, we have to observe it, right? And observing it, it's a super easy job, including a few technologies and containers and so on. I put everything on one container, observability container there. And if you're interested in that, you can fork it only the container and get it. It's everything works. And how it works is that we have a load generator, as I said, K6, that is simulating some users. And we have a metric store that is Prometheus. So in Prometheus comes the asset exporters. These are some very small services that are getting some data, system data. As you can see, there's Nginx data, Redis data, PHP, FPM, and so on, and return it back to the Prometheus database. From the other side, we have logs. We have Promtails for logs and Loki for storing logs. It sounds a bit messy, but you understand in a second. And everything here is visualized through Grafana. Probably most of you have heard of Grafana. Grafana take these data sources and build something very beautiful, or fairly beautiful. So I'll start with the baseline, which will be Apache with mod PHP. And I might roast Apache from time to time, but it's a great web server. But let's see, what are the problem? The problem is that the Apache is using is forking workers to be able to process some PHP activity. And if the process takes long enough, the time to leave is bigger. We might stay in some inactive worker that is still using the database. It's exhausting the RAM database. And if you see closely, if we have 1,000 requests, let's say, per second, and most of them are staying in idle state, this means that we exhaust the RAM memory very fast. And since the VPS is only 2 gigabytes of RAM, I calculated, so you don't have to, we're around 50 active connections, 50 active workers can handle. We can handle, and after that we'll start queuing. And when the queue gets bigger and bigger, for example, 200, 300 queues, items in the queue, it will start returning 500 errors, mostly 503. And now we're hitting with 50 virtual users. The next test will be with 500, but here it's 50 because with 500 it will halt in the first second, and we don't want that. This is my dashboard. You can have it too if you want to. And now we'll read it just in a second, but I'll show the second one. Now we'll ramp up from 0 to 15 in a few steps, in a 500 users in a few steps, so you can see the difference. The difference is like that. If we read it, we can see the requests per second, we can see the climb, and we will see here, down here, the latency in percentiles. I'll read that, don't worry. So we're making 110 requests. After that, the server buckles. Why? Because we're getting around 250. The queue length of the PHP FPM is around 250 items, which means that Apache is not able to process all the requests, and it puts it on the queue. Then we have the latency of the P50, which means that the 50% of the users are experiencing between 1 and 2 seconds responses, which is super slow for the modern internet. We're not speaking about the P99, which means that 1% of the users experience more than 6 seconds of the 6 seconds delay, which is outrageous. And 83% of all the requests that we pushed are failing or are getting in the queue, which is not ideal. Now, we'll make the optimization step by step, and starting with changing the entire stack, and we'll move it from Nginx, from Apache and mod PHP to Nginx, PHP, FPM, Opcache, and Redis. We'll push everything together, and this is the most significant upgrade. So that's why we use Redis on our production sites. Nginx, first of all, is event-driven, so we don't have workers. And you can put on one thread a lot of concurrent connections. So we will exclude the RAM exhaustion. Then we have the PHP FPM, which move the mod PHP, and the workers can handle PHP execution only, and it leaves the Nginx side. And we have opcache plus Redis cache. Opcache is compiling PHP to bytecode and share it to the and put it on the shared memory, so everyone can use that. And Redis is for the caching the database queries. So Redis can cache a lot of things, but now we're using for database queries. Now, demo of the visualization with 500 users look a bit different. So as you can see, we're hitting. No, I'll show the table because I'm lacking time. So the virtual users at their peak are getting bigger, and this is the constant user that we're having on this exact VPS. So for $12, it got stabilized, and the FPMQ is now 0, which means that the web server can handle all the traffic and can deliver fast responses. And the latency of the P95, so 95% of the people that are coming to the website is experienced around 130 milliseconds delay. It was 3 seconds before that. And the Redis is caching around 80% of the queues. So here I have to mention that we did Redis warm-up, which means that I have pushed before starting this test. I pushed another one, so the request can be cached, and after that I'm pushing this one. So it's called code cache, not code cat, and we'll see what's the difference in a second. Here's the delta. Oh, there on the right table, we can see that the P95 latency is lower than 96%. The CPU, as you said at the beginning, the CPU was around 100% with 50 users. Now it's 75% less usage. The FPMQ def is 0, and the Redis hit ratio we cannot compare because it's a new layer. And here we'll speak about Redis for a bit. Here is what Redis is doing. Most of the caching mechanisms are the same, but they are caching different stuff. So Redis we're using to cache the database queries. And you see that we have a code cache. We have the database request from the browser. We're going to Redis. If the Redis is if this is a new request for Redis, it saves it, but it's called cache miss, and it's missing the cache the first time. And the second time, for example, if I open for the first time the web page of your site, I'm the new user there and new visitor. The page is new, everything is new. It's a cache miss, and the second user, not me, but the second user that comes to that site, it will hit the Redis and it will be served from the RAM memory. This is why it's super fast. And back and forth, with the Redis, we have between 80 and 90% of hit rate, which means that most of the database requests are getting a lot more fast. You can see up right is exactly 90%, and we're serving around 4,000 operations per second, which is blazingly fast. Why? Because it's on the RAM. Now we'll cache everything because we can, and we have only 12 minutes. We'll put a fast CGI page cache and MariaDB tuning. I have configurations of the MariaDB and PHP, but they're on the repo because it will not, the time will be not enough for me. Bye. So the fast CGI, first of all, the fast CGI cache naming is a bit misleading because fast CGI is the protocol that Nginx uses to talk with PHP. Nginx is not fast CGI. And if we are having a mechanism to cache everything on as an HTML on the disk, we will not have the need of using the fast CGI, which means that we can do that. How? Well, we'll have it with S caching. As you can see here, the time TTFB, which is the time for first byte, is around 8 milliseconds, super fast. And now we'll try to ramp up with those changes and see what will happen. Here, as you can see. The peak requests are around 8% more. The P95 latency is around 130 milliseconds, and the CPU was 18%, which is, it was 25 before that. Yeah. The FPM workers, as you can see, they are a lot less. And something interesting, the MariaDB threads are only 3. Why? Because we have the caching, and the WordPress is calling, the PHP is calling Redis, but not the database, which means that there was around, let's see, around 12, 13, now there are only 3, which is a huge offload. It's around 76% less database queries. And the requests, yeah, the gap between that is 50%. So this means that we're caching around 50% of the test that we had made. Oh, here's the table. All right. So we have improvements. We don't have the queue anymore. The CPU is around 18%. The P95 latency. So 95% of our users are accessing are getting responses in around milliseconds, around 78 milliseconds, which is amazing. And this everything that I'm saying is about being on constant pressure for 500 virtual users that are clicking constantly. Now we will offload the PHP FPM, and we will get around 6,000 requests per second. So the connections are the same, and the requests are getting up. Now we'll explain it with these super ugly graphics. As you can see, the PHP FPM, only the red line here, we're getting about 15 to 20 requests per second because we are warming the cache, which means that there's always cache miss because it's the first time we're getting there. And when the status gets to cache hit and we're warming up the cache, we're getting the increasement here. You can see the gap is around 7 to 8% because we're able to serve only with Nginx. Nginx is blazingly fast, and it serves from RAM memory or the hard drive, it depends. And you can see how fast it can get. The gap is really big. So continue with we'll compare the level 1 and level 2 that I had did already. So we have the P95 latency around 40% less from the original one. We have the CPU usage around 30% less, so we're around 18%. We have the MariaDB threads that are barely 3 threads. We have the cache offload that around 70 to 80%. It's 80, not 70. My mistake here. So almost all of the database queries are being served from RAM memory, and the requests for 5 minutes, we're serving around 1,950 requests at the level 1 and 21,500 requests, which is around 25% more. This is on the same VPS. This is on the same hardware, but a different step. So what's next? I decided this will be the end of the lecture, but it's not, because we can expand a little bit further. And as you said that we can cache, we know how to work with cache now. So why we don't try to push them further? And as you can see, there are some mechanisms that can convert our WordPress to HTML page, the pure HTML page. One of them are simply static. I had used it, but you can use it with Linux tools if you want. You can have a double get or curl, and it will crawl your website. What it does is we push it. It crawls the static parts of the website. So something like checkout, the shopping cart, and so on will not be cached, but everything else, which is like 90% of the website, will be cached and stored as an HTML. So these are two significant pros. One of them is security, because you cannot hack HTML. Your WordPress is getting as a backend. You cannot hit it directly, except for the cart, for example. So the attacking surface is getting really really smaller. And the second one is that everything starts to do super fast because we don't have MySQL. We don't need to have the MySQL or MariaDB. So we don't need a database. We don't need PHP FPM because it's cached. So we're caching it, and we'll have to cache it once in a while. So you will not remove the database from your setup. But you can improve your performance by hundreds. And if your resource is more like a block like mine, I don't have any functionality. I don't have any posts on my site, on the publicly visible part of my WordPress. It's just super easy to convert it to static page. But if you want to continue further, because there's another option, there is Cloudflare, or Bunny CDN, or whatever it is. The CDN. And how the CDN works, we have a lot of points of presence, and we have an HCDN, which means that the cache from the CDN is distributed around the world. Cloudflare have more than 300 data centers, I might say, that are around the world, and they push it, bless you, around the world. And it's getting super fast. This means that the users can access my blog from Japan and from India and from Europe at the same speed because it's cached and distributed cache right there. And again, the same setup with the different results. Plus bonus points because some of I speak a lot with the developers, and most of them didn't know how the CDNs, how cool are they? Because CDNs are not only to cache something, but they have a lot more. For example, except having it globally, because if I'm from Bulgaria, if I have it on some Bulgarian provider, everyone from Bulgaria, Germany, Europe will accessing fast, but from Asia, for example, it will be painfully slow. So we have it global CDN. We have the pooled caching on the website via caching rules, which means that you can include or exclude some of the resources that you're serving. You have free SSL and TLS that you don't need to manage. I'm using this daily, not daily, but in every 2-3 months when I receive the email that my SSL certificate is being renewed, and I was, yes, because I don't have to manage that. And this is on the free plan. We have support of the HTTP2 and HTTP3 and quick, and it is automatic. And the security, one of the big parts of the security of the CDNs, it's not an advertisement for Cloudflare, but almost everyone of the big cloud providers, cloud CDN providers, have the DDoS mitigation. So if I'm getting DDoSed, my poor blog, for example, this means that they automatically will catch it and will prevent the DDoS attack. They had bot flight mode that can detect bots, basic bot blocking. We have web application firewall, which is amazingly for a free service. IP reputation, so you are not blacklisted, but you're from area that is usually, so it means that you probably not have access to my web page, which is amazing. And we have analytics to see that after all this work, I have 3 visitors on my blog, but still it's protected. And the full picture of this, oh yes, and every improvement here that were listed is costing us 0. I have to miss one. No? Shit. Okay. This is the change. I'm yeah. WordPress is not slow. Your setup is. So put an observability or monitor it while your hosting provider is there, and you can get the presentation and all the code from here. Thank you very much. I'll be around.
Thank you, Neko. Hold on. Gotta give you a gift.
It says 1 minute and 50.
Yeah, well, I guess it's tracking correctly. This is wrong.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. So Neko will be available for questions at the community foyer. And that's at level 1, where the coffee area is. It's unmistakable. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, too.
Thank you. Yeah. So we've got about a 15 minutes break. Quick notes, anyone dressed in red are volunteers. You can reach out to them. All organizers are dressed in blue. And if you need to check out the website, it is at europe.wordcamp.org. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. This is the last second talk for the day, so pay attention. If not, the event's going to be over before you know it. Our next speaker has been staring at WordPress vulnerabilities for many, many years. 1 second, where's my notes? And he's got the evidence to back it up. So Milan is a senior full-stack developer at Freemius, and before that spent 15 plus years as the founder of Dev WordPress. He's brought a vulnerability plugin lab plugin to show you live, some very bold, how common exploits succeed on legacy code and how PHP 8.x native patterns neutralize them. If you maintain a plugin, pay attention to this one. Please welcome Milan Petrovic.
Thank you. My name is Milan. I'm coming from Serbia, and I'm a full-stack developer working with the amazing team at Freemius since 2024. But I have been working with WordPress since 2007, and I have developed so many plugins for WordPress and BBPress. And today I would like to talk to you about, let's go back, to talk to you about the many security improvements and new features that are part of PHP 8. And this is not about replacing security patterns that are established in WordPress for sanitization, escaping, and other things. It's more about adopting a lot of great changes that PHP 8 has brought to improve the security of the code and to modernize the code as well. I would like to talk a bit more about the status of WordPress plugins and PHP in the past 20 so years. And let's start by saying happy birthday to WordPress, which turned 23 years young last week. And if we go back to 2003, the PHP was at version 4.4. And since then, we had 18 featured versions across PHP 4, 5, 7, and 8. And back then, there was a decision that was made to maintain backwards compatibility with old versions of PHP, and that is something that had a big impact on the way WordPress has been developed, and that is to help with the wider adoption of WordPress over the years, because hosting companies and users didn't have the need to update their servers, their code that often. But on the other hand, it played a role in holding back the modernization of WordPress core code because it had to maintain that backwards compatibility for many years after some of the PHP versions reached the end of life. Even today, WordPress operates 4 or 5 years behind the PHP end-of-life cycle. That opens a lot of possibilities for vulnerabilities in the plugins and themes that are not properly updated, or websites that have not updated their code for a long while. When it comes to PHP, right now, all versions before 8.2 has reached the end of life, and they receive no more updates or no more security fixes or anything like that. Only PHP 8.2 and 8.3 are still getting security fixes, with 8.4 and 8.5 being fully supported and updated. And we are going to get a new PHP version by the end of this year. When it comes to hosting companies, they play a big role in how websites are updated, how they maintain their servers, and how often they offer new PHP versions. And there are like 3 models how the hosting companies are dealing with that. So a lot of companies, especially managed hosting companies, are keeping with the end of life for PHP, and they are even forcing updates in some cases to bring their websites to the latest or close to the latest version of PHP. A lot of hosting companies don't do that at all, and you can still find hosting companies using PHP 5 even as a default PHP version on their servers. And then we have hosting companies that are using custom PHP builds, which include various security changes and patches that may cause a problem to plugins because they are non-standard versions they are using to make do with older versions of PHP. When it comes to plugins and themes, let's mention only plugins this time, but official WordPress repository currently has around 70,000 public plugins with over 100,000 registered plugins over the course of last 20 or so years since the plugins were added to WordPress. And we have maybe around 50,000 or more plugins outside the repository in alternative repositories and premium plugins and things like that. So when it comes to security, over the past 20 years, more than 32,000 CV reports were submitted related to WordPress, and 98% of those reports are related to plugins alone. So out of those, right now there are over 3,000 unresolved security reports, and maybe a lot more that are not even reported at this time. So this year, if your website gets hacked, 99% of the chances that it's caused by some security issue in a plugin you are using. And when it comes to how those exploits are working, roughly 50% of them are related to PHP code, and the rest are mostly JavaScript related security issues. So that's a good reason to think about upgrading the PHP. So there are like 4 major elements to that. We have a speed and performance, and each feature version of PHP brings a 5 to 10% increase in performance over the previous one. So roughly PHP 8.5 can be around 50% faster than the latest PHP 7.4. And depending on the way we are measuring the speed, it can be even more for some use cases. When it comes to developer experience, each new feature version of PHP brings many more new features that are there to enhance the development experience. We have security hardening, that each new version brings a lot of changes to the security, a lot of fixes, and we have latest bug fixes applied to each new version of PHP, and over the course of life of one of the feature versions, we can get up to 600 bugs fixed before it reaches the end of life. So there are various important security features added in PHP since 8.0 was introduced, but we cannot talk about all of them. And while I limited this to 5 typical cases, there are much more improvements that are related to cryptography, to hashing, improved string sanitization, improvements to object and serialization that all lead to improved security of the PHP code. For the first example, we are going to talk about sensitive information disclosure. Here we have a typical example where the PHP code has a function, in this case a method, that is used to validate username and password. and we are calling that from some other place. We are sending the username and password to this method. And if something happens, the code can throw an exception. It can be database connection error or something like that. It doesn't matter. That error is going to produce something that it's either going to display the error on page or log it into a file, depending on how the server is configured. And in a typical case, you will get an error report like this, and you can see clearly that username and password that are passed to this method are visible inside the code. Now, in PHP 8, we have gotten a very interesting new feature called attributes. And so far, we have 6 of the attributes implemented in PHP. Attribute is like a small piece of metadata that is used to decorate various parts of PHP code, and it doesn't influence how the code is actually working. It doesn't make changes to the code, but it tells PHP and your development environment something more about specific parts of the code. And any version of PHP 8 and above is going to support attributes, even if the attribute is not actually defined in that specific version. So anything can be added as an attribute, and if PHP doesn't have support for it, it's simply going to ignore that attribute. So for this case, we have an attribute added in PHP 8.2 called sensitive parameter that can be added to parameters in functions and methods. And that is going to tell PHP that data decorated by this attribute is sensitive and that shouldn't be leaked inside an error report or logged data. So with this small change, if you are using PHP 8.2, you will get quite similar error, but as you can see, the password is no longer visible. It is replaced by a sensitive parameter value in the error log. And this alone can save you from having passwords or other sensitive information like API keys leaked inside the error logs or displayed to the end users on screen, depending on the server settings. Second example is again related to use of a PHP attribute, and this time is about discarding the return value from a function or a method. This is again something typical, a function that verifies, in this case, security nonce, and as you can see here, it only returns the result as a value. But let's say that you had this code previously that was doing the verification and it was handling the results by closing connection or doing something else. But now you made a change and the function is returning the value, but in some places you didn't update your code, and instead of just instead of using the return value, you are simply calling the verification method, but it's not using the result and going to the next line, and in this case, maybe deleting something sensitive that shouldn't be deleted. To stop that, we need to go to PHP 8.4 and the attribute that is called noDiscard that can be added to functions and to methods. It's not going to make the change in how the code is executed, but your development environment can see this attribute and warn you that you need to use the output of this function or method, and PHP is going to emit a warning to that same effect. So you can easily see if your error log contains something like this, and you can fix your code, but by actually using the value of your noDiscard decorated function. Next is something a bit more complicated. It's something that maybe it's not that common as something that can happen when it comes to security, but there are type of denial of service that deals with exhausting PHP memory that is allowed for each PHP process. In this case, we are going to talk about JSON and how a process of JSON decoding can lead to something like this. So if your code maybe needs to allow users to upload JSON files or JSON strings, then save them for some additional processing later, and you want to verify and validate each of those files or objects or strings, right now the most common way to do that is to use JSON decode function and to see if the string is actually going to be validated into a valid JSON from the JSON string to the object in PHP. And in this case, there is something we can call like a JSON bomb, and that can be a small string, relatively small string that when decoded can expand into a huge object eating a lot of memory. So in this example, I have a code that is going to generate around 30 megabytes of JSON string that needs a few hundred megabytes of space once it is decoded. You will see the URL to the plugin I prepared for this. So this is the output of that plugin. And the first thing it does, it generates a JSON string that is a deeply nested string with around 30 megabytes in size. And this PHP process allows 256 megabytes of memory. And after the string was generated on PHP 7.4, in this case, RAM usage was 64 megabytes of RAM. When we run JSON decode, we get a fatal error, and 256 megabytes were not enough to decode this JSON string into an object, and the process fails. If you get attack that users send multiple requests with a lot of files like this, you can quickly get into a situation that your server is running out of memory, and it can slow down responses or even stop them completely. Now, in PHP 8.3, we got a new very useful function that is called JSON validate, and it can validate any JSON string without decoding it. So it's not going to use additional memory or anything like that. And this is the result from this the same code now running on PHP 8.5 in this case. And to outline the difference in performance with PHP 7.4, you can see that after the JSON bomb was generated, it used only 37 megabytes of memory. Compare that to 64 used on PHP 7.4, and that alone is one of the benefits of having newer PHP versions running. And as you can see, validation was valid, and the RAM usage was exactly the same. So validating with this new function uses no additional memory. Even before this, there are third-party libraries that are used to validate JSON files in a different way. But let's face it, most plugins are going to use default PHP functions when possible, and not bother with adding third-party libraries. And that goes especially for old plugins that have not been updated for a long time. Next is something more serious, and it's a server-side request forgery type of attack that is very common in the past, who knows how many years, since WordPress became popular, I guess. And this time we are going to talk about a very standard function in PHP called parse URL. And that function needs to validate URL and to find parts like host or schema or username or something like that that can be a part of the URL. In this case, this function is caused to so many vulnerability reports over the years, and so many exploits have been based on tricking this function with a URL that is not valid, and it can pass as valid and cause issues later on if you use that URL to access something. And yeah, it's a very, very bad way to validate a function these days. But there are third-party libraries, and again, a lot of plugins are not going to use them. They are going to rely on the parse URL for all this. And to illustrate all that, here are 6 different URLs, and each one is going to be validated by this function and return as completely valid. And as you can see, all of them are looking rather suspicious, but this function is going to tell you that the URLs are valid and you can use them. So this is opening so many doors to exploits, and only in the latest PHP 8.5 we are getting a replacement and a function that is up to all the current standards when it comes to URLs. Using this function, we have all those 6 URLs validated again, and as you can see, all 6 will be marked as invalid, and you can be sure that whatever you pass to this class is going to be correct, and it's going to be a standard URL that follows the latest standards. And finally, there is something that is part of PHP since its very beginning, and that is type juggling, and it's used for so many different authentication bypass exploits over the years. And it comes from the very core ability of WordPress, or weakness of WordPress, let's say, and that is that WordPress has a weak typing, and you can change the type of any variable as the code runs. So you can go from string to integer to boolean or array, it doesn't matter. And because of that, there are 2 operators to compare the data. We have equality, equal operator, and we have identical, which is better, but it takes into account the type of data you are comparing. For loose typing, you're still forced to use equal operator in a lot of places, and that can lead to something like this. So as you can see, there are 5 typical examples, and on PHP 7, all of those are going to return true. So string compared to integer is going to have PHP cast both sides to integer. In the second example, we have something similar, third as well. The fourth example is very interesting because the second part of the equation is a string, numerical string that uses exponent, and this other side is going to evaluate to 0 because we have 0 and the exponent, that's 10 to the power of this huge number, and this huge number is actually a valid hash string as well. So this is a way to bypass authentication in some cases. And finally, we have that a string compared to boolean is always true. If the boolean is true, then the comparison is also true. When it comes to PHP 8, there are some changes. It's not going to fix everything in comparisons in PHP, but we have 3 most important cases resolved. So when you compare string to integer, it's not going to cast it to string anymore, to integer anymore. It's going to validate all those as false. So PHP 8 is going to solve a lot of issues with type juggling comparisons. And the last 2 are simply something that the language cannot fix at this stage. And they are still going to validate as true. all these examples are coming from the plugin I created for this purpose, and plugin is going to be expanded with more security related changes between the PHP 7 and 8 soon, as soon as I get some time to do it. So you can check back and see what else is included there. If you have some additional questions or you need some additional information about PHP security in PHP 8, please let me know. And if you have any questions now, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Milan's got time for 2 questions, I believe. If you want to ask a question, the mic is right here. If you cannot get to this mic, you've got to be around the level where I can get you the mic. So I can't get it all the way up there. Any questions, feel free to.
And if there are no questions, I would like to add one more thing, and that is that I personally started updating my plugins to require at least PHP 8, and I know it's not an easy thing to do if you want to support the wide range of websites and servers that are using that are depending on wide base of users. But educating both end users and hosting companies about the benefits are going to be important going forward, and plugins are at least free to enforce PHP versions outside of whatever WordPress core currently supports. So whoever needs to update something, it's a good place to start now.
We've got one question.
Yes. Thank you for your talk. So what would you advise to someone who has fully 7.x PHP in plugin? How to start? What is the easiest way? You cannot just jump in and fix everything. So there has to be some kind of steps and levels of improving the code. So what would you suggest how to do it?
For me personally, I started by only supporting PHP 8.0. So you can start by simply declaring PHP 8 as a minimal requirement. And most development environments, they can enforce code rules while you are writing the code. They can outline various things in the code that work differently. You can start by adding proper typing to all the functions and all the methods to type all your parameters inside those functions, to type return values. And that is a good point to start moving away from environment where all the and get that all your data is strictly typed. That's one important step to take. Then the first 2 issues we talked about are about using attributes. They are easy to use. They can be quickly added in a lot of places, and there are only 6 of them right now. So it's a good place to decorate all your code. Even if you want to support PHP 8 right now, it's not going to hurt if you add attributes that are related to PHP 8.2 or 3 or whatever. So that is going to be a good place to start with the upgrade of the code.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Milan. Please hold on while I get you your gift. Thank you so much, Milan. It's been a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's the last break for today. Please come back in 15 minutes. We'll be here at 4:45. By the way, if you notice your badge, there's a hologram sticker that can get you free rides in the trams and buses around town. So make sure you use that. See you guys in a few minutes. I'll call your name and you come. Don't worry about it. Hi, everyone. Last talk for the day. Closing the day with someone who came to WordPress from a very different world. Akansha works at CERN, and she holds a belief that I think resonates with everyone in the room. Scientists genuinely want to communicate their discoveries. They just need platforms that don't make it harder than it is to be. Away from the lab, I'm told she's an avid theater fan and she performs herself. So she's not a stranger to the stage. So let's welcome Akansha Chatterjee.
Okay. Thank you, John, for the introduction. I'll be talking about how we built the mechanical and materials engineering websites at CERN using the WordPress ecosystem and the impact this has had on our team of engineers. A bit about me. I'm a student at CERN. In my bachelor's, I did already build some web platforms. At CERN, I did build the websites. Now I am working on the one of our future colliders. And like John mentioned, in my spare time, I have picked up a new hobby of acting in theater plays. The way I have divided this talk is, in the beginning, I'll talk about mechanical and materials engineering at CERN, then the motivation and objectives behind us designing these websites, my role as a middleman between WordPress and the group of engineers, the workflow we adopted, and lastly, the impact the websites have had so far. Before, to put in context, I'll share a bit about CERN and the context at which we mechanical and materials engineers work. As mentioned earlier during the day, CERN is the European Organization for Nuclear Research. The way we came into being is after World War II, the state of research at Europe was not the best. So pioneers of science at that time decided to form this organization to retain back the talent. And this form is European Organization for Nuclear Research. So that does create a bit of confusion. You might wonder, do we use nuclear energy to produce electricity? No, even though we do consume a lot of electricity. Maybe we use our research to participate in military activities to build nuclear weapons. Also no. The reason the word nuclear comes in is when CERN was formed, our conception was that most of matter is based in the nucleus. That's where the word nuclear comes in. But this has created a lot of confusion, and so we were changed to the European Laboratory for Particle Physics. And the main thing we do is study the fundamental building blocks of the universe. We do this by fundamental research, which does not have immediate, any practical immediate application, driven by our 4 main missions, which is first to push forward the frontiers of knowledge, to understand the fundamental questions as to why we exist, why matter exists, what happened right after the Big Bang. And to do so, we need to develop new technologies and do a lot of research. And as a byproduct of this, we sometimes come across amazing innovations, like the World Wide Web was invented at CERN. We also train scientists and engineers, students, and unite people from many different countries and cultures. In fact, we have over 15,000 people, of which more than 500 of us are students. We have 25 member states and 10 associate member states. And to host so many people, something I find interesting and I love sharing with anyone is that, to me, CERN is like a mini city. We have our own shuttle lines, hotels, restaurants, our own medical center, a bank branch, firefighter station, and a small nursery. Now with so many people and in our small town, what we do is that we run the biggest machine that has ever been built by humankind. This machine is actually so big that it spans across 2 countries, Switzerland and France. It's 27 kilometers in circumference. We have 4 points where we take pictures of the collisions. And a common question is that to build such a big machine, we needed extreme engineering, and we need to do a lot of maintenance. And this is where the mechanical and materials engineering group comes in. We are a group of over 200 engineers from 3 different disciplines, driven by one mission, which is to build and probe innovative mechanical components and materials. We are driven by 3 main pillars, which is engineering and design, where we do feasibility studies, simulations, and we find the properties of material under extreme conditions, manufacturing of the components, and material science. Something unique about our group is that that we work in a very cyclic process. So from the designing of the components by the engineering and design team to their manufacturing using the state-of-the-art technology and facilities to checking their quality. But despite this diversity, we are a very interdisciplinary group. And you can say that the output of one group is oftentimes the input for another. And in this group, we have so many different competencies. We participate in so many activities. We use cutting-edge technologies and facilities. But how do we make sure that as many people possible have access to this wealth of expertise we have, and how do we share our capabilities? To answer this, let's take a step back and ask, how do we find anything in 2026? Be it if you're looking about a person or an organization or any new piece of information. For most of us, the first thing we do is we go on the internet. The 3 main sources we have are search engines like Google, which are the more conventional source. We have social networks. For our use case, the most important one was LinkedIn, the new one-stop destination for any information, AI assistants, whose answer is based on the first 2 sources. And what we felt as engineers is that if we are not online, if we are not present in these sources, then we are digitally disconnected from the ever-growing online community. What being connected to this community means is that it helps us in 3 ways. Firstly, it gives us a voice. It lets every one of our 200 engineers decide what is put on the internet and how the world outside perceives us. Secondly, relevance. The work we do is of high importance, not only at CERN, but to the scientific community outside in general. And thirdly, that was one of the most important points for us when we were deciding on designing these websites, was that to make our group more appealing to potential employees. Because once you do get past a certain stage, or even if you are interested in a company, many of us, the first thing we do is go on the internet and search. So the first point of interface for many of the people from the world outside with our mechanical engineers is the website. And we wanted it to be as engaging and interesting as possible. And in fact, there's already a growing interest in the activities that happens within the mechanical and materials engineering group. For example, we have over 5,000 new visitors doing a virtual tour of our lab every year. On the right, you see this Instagram reel, which we shared a while ago, and it got us over 1 million views within a few days. So there are many different ways to reach the world outside, may it be social media or virtual lab tours. But for our needs, we felt that a website was the most effective gateway. And in broader terms, it also helps us to justify the main mission of CERN, which is to share the knowledge of science. Something interesting about this picture is that at the bottom center, you can see a small man. He's not small, he's a normal-sized man. But it is to show scale that the size of the machines we build, and also the precision we require, because we are colliding particles at very macroscopic scale. Going back to our topic, what is a good website for us is that we wanted it to be dynamic and to be consistent with the other online sources of information we find. We have a total of 7 sections in our group. So we wanted each of our pages to link to each other to show that despite the diversity, how cohesive we are. We wanted it to be accessible, so no matter who you are, from which part of the world, what device you have access to the same information. We wanted it to be discoverable, so as many people possible from the outside can find out about us. We wanted it to be easy to maintain because we are a group of engineers who innovate. And WordPress was provided to us by CERN. And we used it to build our websites. My role, as many of us know, is WordPress is an accessible and very user-friendly tool. We have very competent engineers who design, build, and maintain extraordinary machines, some of the best machines you can find on this planet. My role was to bridge the two. It was to take the expertise from the engineers, to use the tool we have, and in a sense, animate science and engineering so it could reach people, and so people could find more information about us in a fun and engaging way. A brief overview of the sites we built. At the top, you see the main mechanical and materials engineering website, where we try to push our global approach. We have our 7 different sections, such as engineering unit, design office, our lab, forming and welding, materials, machining. And each of them work in very different activities. So we had a challenge to communicate this difference while pushing forward our approach. The way we did this is for each of these sections, we had some predefined goals that each of us had to share our own competencies, our publications, to share our research with the world outside, description of our most important use cases. And in terms of design, we made sure that the websites look similar and feel similar and link to each other. These are a few examples of links so that, for example, we had the competencies of forming and welding. In there, we mentioned how for one of our competencies, we closely work together with the machining group, for instance. Here's an example of the publications page. Thanks to WordPress, we get to embed our research, so it's accessible. We have also made a design choice to have the main categories of research we are working at. And it gives users the liberty to, if they want to just browse our main areas, if they want to read descriptions, if they want to go in depth, it's up to the people, up to the readers. This is another example of the use cases where we show the important projects we have worked on, the challenges we faced, how we solved it. To build all of these websites, we had to come up with a streamlined process because we were working with more than 200 people. The way we did so is our first step was gathering requirements. So from each of the 7 sections, we early on decided to have one sectional representative who sat down with us in the beginning. And we talked about our goal, what we wanted to communicate using the websites, their mission from it. We quickly, in the initial phase, decided on the main objective for both of us. Then step 2 was site development, which was receiving their content and implementing it on WordPress. In parallel to this, we had integration of dynamic content we shot in-house. This was mainly to show the hands-on and the scale of work that happens in our group. In a loop with step 2 and 3, we had iterative review meetings with people from the section so that they had the full control over what is shown and how it's shown. And lastly, we had a handover and training process. To elaborate a bit on the iterative development process, first, on the very left, you see the template we gave out on PowerPoint. And then it was filled in. There's an example of a filled-in PowerPoint here with the content they wanted. Then we used WordPress, implemented it, and went back to the sections, talked to them about what we have built. They would give us suggestions about changes they would suggest. We would tell them that maybe it's really important to have this piece of information here. We would get that and build it. Happened iteratively, and then we, at the end, had a polished website. One interesting process is, on the left, you can see one of our audiovisual team members very actively shooting, recording a video of arc welding. And on the right, you can see how it's put up on the website. It really helps to show the precision and how we stand out. So anyone, be it someone who has nothing to do with mechanical and materials engineering, decides to see what we do, then they, in 2 seconds, they see it and get interested to find out more about us. For this, we had around 1 full day of filming, and the video is also available because at CERN, we do a lot of communication. The sections have the videos and access to it to use it for their own outreach and communication. Lastly, after we had our websites built with the beautiful videos, we had to make a plan for the future. For this, we created a backup of the websites we had. For context, they were published in December in 2025, created a backup and shared the admin rights with the representatives from the sections. With the WordPress at CERN team, organized a hands-on session with our engineers to show them a basic guide on how to use WordPress. We have a report on the usage and maintenance guidelines, which has been shared. Here we mentioned some things that are not encouraged to change. For example, we do not want one section to delete all their competencies, because then that section would look different from the other sections. Or we do not want one website to delete all forms of communication or contact forms. So there are these rules we set up to make sure the uniformity between the websites are maintained. With this, the main goal was to make myself optional and to give all the rights to the engineers so they can not only maintain but keep on updating and improving the website and share the amazing work we do. To end with, I will talk about the impact we have had. The traffic is, we have had around 15,000 page views. And then on the map here, you can see where the traffic comes from. It's mostly concentrated on Western Europe. But we have traffic coming in from all over the world, including India, Australia, China, the USA. We also have a more in-detail view of the page views and hits per website. The most popular one is our group website of the Mechanical and Materials Engineering group. Our Mechanical Measurement Laboratory and Materials Metrology Entity websites are also quite popular. The main sources, here we have our social networks websites, our search engines, AI assistants. And in the beginning, I talked about what I feel is the main way people find information are through search engines like Google, social networks like LinkedIn and ChatGPT, AI assistants. And here you can see thousands of people finding a group of 200 engineers using each of these sources. Something interesting we also find is that the other day I asked ChatGPT what it thinks about mechanical and materials engineering at CERN. And in the answer, 2 of the 3 sources it mentioned was our website. And I think feedback cannot always be, the impact of cannot always be defined by numbers. Some feedback we have received is by James Purvis, who was the head of HR at the time our website was released, mentioned that he likes the integration of opportunities to work at CERN. Lastly, we were invited to present our work at the department level, at the engineering department at CERN during a technical meeting, and there was a lot of positive feedback and interest from other engineering teams to build a website following our process. To conclude, in a time span of less than 3 months, we have built 8 complete websites. And we have the entire process documented from start to end for other teams within CERN if they want to follow our process. And lastly, with minimal effort in terms of time, cost, and resource, we have created a digital face, which we as a mechanical and materials engineers are very proud to share. Thank you.
So for those who are thinking, there's a lot of CERN talk. Turns out that last year, at the end of the WordCamp Europe, there was someone that came in and talked a little bit about the fact that they are moving 7,000 sites over, and everything you've seen in the start of the day and towards the end of today shows you where they are. So really good job. Thank you, Akansha. I've got a gift for you. Hold on. And we're going to take a picture. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
She and the rest of CERN will be happy to take any questions at the community foyer. That's level 1. Please proceed there if you want to have a chat with them. today. That is the last talk of the day. Thank you so much. A few things to say. I just want to point out there is an invisible person that's been helping us whole day. She's Chiharu, taking pictures, coming from Tokyo. All this brilliant stuff. Let's thank her on that. I'm also told two things. Tomorrow, we're going to begin bright at 9. So if you're going to go out and have fun, don't go out too late. Do turn up tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day of this entire event. But here's the thing. WordCamp Europe is 1 out of 3 sister events. We've got WordCamp US that's going to happen in August, and WordCamp Asia that's going to happen in 2027, sometime in the first 3 months. So, put a little bit your calendars towards that, and I think that's the end of today. Thank you all.